Where's the hell is Chay? Call Alibaba Chay Johnson.
Okay, we're going to get started in 2 minutes. If everyone want to take their seat, and if you don't have a name tag, it will be hand delivered to you. So do not worry, you will get a name tag. All right, are we having amplification on this, Nate? Okay, it does? Okay.
Georgin Chapen.
Casey's cooking now. Okay. That better? Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for coming. If you could take your seats, we'll get started in just a minute. Thank you for bearing with us with the name tags. So one thing that we hadn't maybe optimized here, but we figured it out. So thank you all. So anyway, welcome to the Intact Global's 2026 conference. Thank you all for coming from across the country and across the world to attend the annual gathering of those of us who are dedicated to protecting every child from violence and harm and genital cutting, which we've euphemistically termed as circumcision. It's a very important movement. These children have no one but us to speak for them and those of us watching and following, so thank you for coming. This is the leading human rights movement of the 21st century, and it's essential that we're all here. So thank you all for your support and showing up. We've got 2 fantastic days of programming. We've got many leading physicians, lawyers, activists, and other leaders in the movement who are going to give presentations for the next 2 days. So if everyone wants to give a round of applause for everyone who came and prepared their talk. I'm going to get started, and I'll go through the schedule later on. I started with this talk last year at Intact Global's conference called The State of Intactivism, kind of like the State of the Union, but for our movement, right? And there's been a lot of promising developments in the last year. We've made a lot of progress. Circumcision rates are plummeting. People are beginning to understand that this is normal, healthy, natural anatomy, and that it is exceptionally traumatic to remove healthy tissue from children who otherwise would want to keep it. So anyway, I'm going to run through quickly kind of where we are. So welcome to our new home here in the historic Los Angeles Dance Hall. So a little round of applause for our new foundation home. So this building turns 100 years old almost to the day. And this is the historic dance hall in Los Angeles. It was built and opened at the same time as the Orpheum Theater, which is right next door. We share 2 to 3 major parking lots with them. And in the 1920s, between the theater and the dance hall, this was the beating heart of nightlife in the roaring 20s in downtown LA, right? So we're bringing that back, and what better cause to kick that off than protecting children from sexual violence? So that's where we are today. It's a highly functional space for activism in all causes, right? So this is our first conference here, the first major event in our new home, and the first major event here since American Idol filmed here last year. They moved their production to Nashville, and that's how we got the lease. And it's our new Intact Global's new headquarters. And yes, Intact Global, but we're here with at least 5 other nonprofits who are representing the movement, their leaders and organizers and members and supporters. So this, at least on the West Coast, the home of the Intactivist movement. So we appreciate you all coming out to see where we are physically located moving forward. And so although this may be the first event Intact Global is hosting here, it certainly will not be the last. So that's a little context of where we are. And just to kind of ground the discussion as to what we're doing here, for those who are watching on the live stream or the recording afterwards, our mission is to protect all children from forced, non-religious at this point, genital mutilation, and how Intact Global does that. And there's a whole collection of nonprofits, but we're doing that through strategic impact litigation, right? And there have been other movements that have been very successful with this. Marriage equality, the most recent one that has affected many people we know and love in our lives. And our vision is to make intactivism cool, assumed, and normal, right? And we're going to do that through winning in court, through social media and educational programs and outreach. And this conference is a huge part of that, because we're going to be hearing from many of the leaders and foremost educators and movers and shakers of the movement. And we'll be having everything beautifully recorded by Eliyahu Ungar Sargon. So round of applause for Eli, making it all happen, and his wife Penny, who will be here. So our goal, we've got three major things that we're trying to achieve is litigation, right? And so the one that most of you are familiar with is the Oregon lawsuit, the constitutional lawsuit that's proceeding well in Oregon. And so what we essentially argue, many people have heard of equal protection under the law. What that actually means is that there is a provision in the Constitution, which is the foundational law, that you have to protect everybody equally on the basis of race or national origin or religion, or in the case most applicable to our cause in protecting children, sex, right? Because we had really fantastic, you could call them intactivists 30 years ago, who really successfully lobbied governments and the media to ensure that every female child is protected from genital cutting, which is fantastic. And now it's time for us to circle the square, ensure that every child is equally protected from genital cutting. And so we're going to use state constitution equal protection provisions to enforce that. And that's what the Oregon lawsuit's all about. And that is moving along very well. And actually our Oregon counsel here, Lake Paraguay, will be given a full update. So round of applause for Lake, making it happen in Oregon. Yeah. But another thing that Intact Global and all the other nonprofits are really heavily invested in and has done wonders for our movement is social media and education. Most people don't really watch legacy media, especially the younger generations who are having children and making decisions and will be making decisions in the future. So for example, we're live streaming, recording all of the talks and presenters here. And we anticipate that our viewership and the other nonprofits' viewerships will continue to increase as the movement continues to grow. And I have some numbers here that Samer Safarini helped me compile that shows that the numbers of circumcisions and genital cutting is dropping off a cliff, which is exactly what we want to see. And then finally, and this is step 3 for a reason, but we're also we would like to encourage dialogue with religious leaders. And we have religious leaders here. I'm Jewish. We have other Jewish lawyers and doctors who will be here to try to encourage those in our communities to say, hey, we need to do what's best for our children. Maybe not what's best, what makes our grandparents feel most comfortable, but what's best for the child and his physical security and future. So in terms of the state of intactivism, there's been 5 key updates just that I wanted to kind of go through for my brief speech to kick things off. These are all major victories for the movement, right? And this has only been 1 year. Humanity has been plagued with genital mutilation for 2,000 years. So the fact that we're making this huge progress in 1 year is very substantial. It means all of our collective efforts are working, right? We are not shouting into a vacuum. We are making meaningful progress. And so these are kind of the updates that I'd like to go through pretty quickly. The first one, which is massive, is that circumcision is now a minority practice in the United States. So that is a huge, huge victory. We are now in the majority, which is great, because protecting every child equally is something that we can all get behind and support, right? It's just making sure that the message is packaged in a way that everybody can agree with and get behind. And so notably, it's not that circumcision is falling off a cliff because people can't afford it or have access to it. It's actually substantial that those who are in the higher quintiles of wealth are moving away from it, which means they easily have access to circumcision, and people are affirmatively choosing not to circumcise their children, which is fantastic, and it is the right choice, but it's really an educational problem because everyone wants to do what's best for their children and protect children. It's just, we've been plagued with these memes for a while. And so speaking of rates of change and the actual empirical measure of progress for our movement, here we have from a couple sources in the bottom left, but we have the circumcision rate. What's most important is that rate of decline, that steep rate of decline from probably 55 to 49%. Now, if this graph were to be moved further back in time, we're probably closer to 90% in the 60s. Now we're below 50%. And I talk about this in next talks. I'm sure other people will talk about it as well. But social progress is not a linear phenomenon. It's not a linear phenomenon. It's an exponential phenomenon, right? So once enough people understand that this is a problem, that we should not be cutting and severing the genitals of our children, once enough people understand that, then it is easy to get what's called the mushy middle, who doesn't really feel strongly either way, but they see that everyone else is moving away from genital cutting, so they feel confident in doing that. And let's get a round of applause for some of our older intactivists who made that happen. Brother Chay, Georgin, doing this for John Geisiker for a very, very long time to make it to where we are now. And we are now in the majority in terms of protecting our children from this harmful practice. And not only is society moving in the right direction, but even the American medical establishment, who we have been at odds with for this issue in a very, very long time, right? The American Academy of Pediatrics used to give a lukewarm recommendation for circumcision in 2012. They vacillated back and forth for 40 years. They finally in 2012 said, the benefits outweigh the risks. But the actual authors of that article, that recommendation, has walked it back, which is very, very meaningful, acknowledging, hey, this was a mistake in 2012. Now, I'm a litigator. That's what I do usually full time. And if they said, hey, that was a mistake and we harmed 12 million boys in the last 10 years, that would be a legal liability, right? So their best path is to just kind of, lukewarm, walk it back until people forget about it. And that's what they're doing, right? But one of the authors, Andrew Friedman, acknowledges that there's nothing wrong with being intact and you cannot recommend circumcision based on medical benefit, right? And that is exceptionally important. That's an acknowledgement, because remember, America stood on an island in recommending circumcision for medical reasons. And now those same medical professionals who are responsible for that policy that did so much damage to our youth have now acknowledged that this is actually not a medical practice. And another one of the authors, Douglas Dekema, acknowledged that it's also time to update the 2012 statement, right? Oh, well, maybe we made a mistake. There's been new biomedical ethical research that suggests you shouldn't sever healthy genital tissue from children. Which, if you watch a circumcision, it's pretty clear, but I think a lot of doctors may be desensitized to the sheer cries of pain. And so, as I was saying, the 2012 policy statement, which is what the last authoritative body in American medicine issued, stated that the health benefits are not great enough to recommend it, but the benefits are sufficient to essentially pay for it. Because remember, protecting children, although noble and just and will prevail, doesn't make a whole lot of money, right? You don't make money by not performing procedures. And because we have a for-profit healthcare system, it encourages procedures that are unnecessary. And that's a problem across medicine. But with protecting children and their bodily autonomy, it's at the center of the problems. And this is a billion-dollar industry of, harvesting the genitals of our children, which is crazy to say, but it's true. But we're hopeful that maybe in 2027, 2028, the AAP may issue a new statement that essentially says that male circumcision is not warranted, and they may want to make exceptions for religious or cultural traditions. In our litigation that we're funding and working on with Intact Global and all lawyers in the coalition is not addressing the religious genital cutting because it falls under different constitutional provisions. and we can sidestep that issue entirely by just addressing genital cutting in a medical context for now, right? Speaking of our litigation efforts, the Oregon lawsuit is moving ahead. So we had a huge first victory in October of 2025 with Lake as co-counsel. We had an hour-long oral argument. This is a picture from the hearing in Portland, me and Lake, right, taken by our board member Deborah, who's also, moonlights as a photographer. So she did a fantastic job. But the most important part of that, and we're going to get into kind of the details of a lawsuit, and Lake will do that as well, but the judge ordered that the motion to dismiss was denied, which essentially means we're moving towards a trial on the merits as to whether or not it is constitutional to only protect one sex of children, right? Or do we have to protect every child equally? Now, it's an argument that resonates, right? It's an argument that makes sense. It's timely. It aligns with our understanding of biology and medical ethics. And we all believe that it will prevail, and so far it is prevailing. So things are working, right? This is a working model, and we want to scale it up dramatically. So, and not only are lawsuits important because they can change the law and change the culture, but they also educate the public, because that was a historic victory. And we were covered by the Oregonian when we filed the lawsuit, right? In our press conference in Oregon, in Courthouse Square, right? Then we had the Independent covered us, Bioethics Today, the Times of Israel, right? And then this is another article from when we actually passed the motion to dismiss and are moving towards trial or summary judgment. So we got a lot of news coverage, and there was other news coverage as well. This is just a subsection of prevailing in Oregon. Now if we had 2 lawsuits, we'd have twice as many. If we had 5 times 10 times as much news coverage, and it could be a consistent in the news cycle, people talking about it, people challenging it. And this is really a question of, do we have the funds and resources to scale this operation from Oregon to, in the immediate future, Colorado, which I'm going to talk about, but then also 40 other states. It could be done. And that's why we hire lawyers and have to pay them to do what they do, and ideally at charitable rates, right? But it was an incredible effort by a very talented legal team to get this far. This was very high caliber lawyering, and it's working. And so the next steps in Oregon, which is our lodestar, this is where we planted our flag, and could be no better state and no better attorney. So this is kind of the life cycle of a lawsuit, right? And so you have the complaint, motion to dismiss, discovery, summary judgment, trial. Some of that is jargon for non-lawyers, but what matters is the steps and the timeline. And so we filed the complaint in March, right before the conference last year. We overcame the state's motion to dismiss, which was a huge milestone. Now we're in discovery, so the state is deposing the 3 remaining plaintiffs. And then the legal team will be filing a summary judgment motion probably in 4 months. We'll find out in October if we win that or if we go to trial in December, right? Depending if there's any material facts in dispute. So that is a very short timeline, actually. And when Intact Global gathers again for its 3rd annual conference, or perhaps our holiday mixer gala, because, you know, this is our headquarters, so we'd like to have more events, we're going to know where this lawsuit stands the next time that we're together, right? So that's very exciting. Oh, well, thank you. So in terms of, but it's not just lawsuits, we also want to change the law. Now, just as a disclaimer, Intact Global is a 501c3 and does not lobby political organizations, but 501c4s can expressly do that. And we do work together and support 501c4s, which is those who can lobby state legislatures to change the law. And so Intaction, with our friend Tony LaSquadro, who we will hear from tomorrow, he has been very effectively lobbying state legislatures in New Hampshire to get mandatory informed consent, mandatory double parent signature. So these are really important steps. So round of applause for Tony, who will be, and to everyone at Intaction, thank you. And Tony, he suffered a loss in the family, but he will be here tomorrow to update us on what he's doing. And I know we're all looking forward to that as well. And it's not, so although we are unique in our non-religious addiction to genital cutting of children, it is a minority practice in the vast majority of the world, right? And so, and it is gruesome and unnecessary and violent and harms children, and so there's more increasing scrutiny abroad as well, right? So the Crown Prosecution Service in the United Kingdom almost classified circumcision as a harmful practice. It was this close, and then they walked it back because there was a lot of interest group pressure on them, and it was politically expedient to say, you know, well, maybe it's not harmful. Maybe it's only harmful if it's done in an unsanitary condition or whatever it may be, or from people who are not doctors. But the reality is it is harmful and it is violence, but we see that the walls are cracking and that the narrative abroad has already gone from minority to this should be outlawed, right? And I'm confident that we'll get there, especially with the progress we're making. But and there was even a prosecution in the UK where this gentleman was pretending to be a doctor and was starting to circumcise children, which is good because in America, you don't need any medical degree and you can sever parts of a child's penis, which is really something else. But if you touch any other part, you will be prosecuted. So there's some hole in the law that we're working to fix. So again, I'm wrapping up. We started a few minutes late. Just want to make sure I have the time right. Georgin Chapen will be joining us shortly. Just very briefly, the schedule for the next 2 days. We have essentially TED Talks, updates, presentations from 11 individuals, leaders, movers and shakers in the movement, which we're very excited and grateful that they took the time to come here and prepare presentations. And we're going to be here until 4:30 p.m., right? And then we have a 2-hour break, and then we're going to have our inaugural gala, right? Gala. And that's going to start at 6:30 p.m. And it's the Roaring 20s theme. It's our first gala. And we're going to be here honoring Carol Ann Babiak, which Brother Kay and Tikla. Where's Brother Kay and Tikla? There we are. Round of applause for all their hard work. We love Brother Kay accepting the award posthumously for Carol Ann. And so that will be a fantastic evening. We'll celebrate her memory, her legacy of protecting children for 50 or so years, right? And really making it so now circumcision is a minority practice, right? Back in the day, it was a super majority practice. So we've made incredible progress, and it's because of people like Carol Ann that we've done so. We want to honor her memory. And we're also going to have a celebration, and we're going to have magic bartenders and dancing and live performance. So it's going to be a wonderful evening. And then that will be starts at 6:30 this evening right here. This is the old dance hall after all, so we'll put it to work. And then finally on Sunday, we're going to round out with a great panel of other leaders and movers and shakers in the movement. And that'll be 10 a.m. to 4:30. And to make sure that things stay on time, we have Justin Bonnier to make sure the trains run on time. And this event could not have been possible without Justin. So big round of applause for Justin, who's probably making sure everything's working right now. And so it is my great honor and pleasure to introduce the next speaker. As I mentioned, this is, when I worked at Harvard, I started working on a physics textbook, and it was solving the energy crisis. And the professor used to say, there's no silver bullet, but there is a silver buckshot, right? And so that metaphor, which you guys enjoy, is applicable to our movement as well. There's no one group or person who's going to make it all happen, but if we work together, we will get that silver buckshot over the line. And so here is some of the most prominent nonprofit groups and leaders have come to join us over these next 2 days. Foremost among them, Georgin Chapen, who will be our next speaker. So if we could get a big round of applause for Georgin, who will be given the next talk. And thank you all for coming.
Can everybody hear Eric? Is that okay? All right, I just want to make sure that everybody can hear Eric, because on the sides, it's not as strong. So I just want to make sure.
So move to the middle.
No. I mean, if you're closer to the mic, everybody will hear you. Okay. If you're closer to the mic, everybody will hear you.
Okay.
Just so you know that.
Okay, good. Give me a second to get settled, okay, people? Thank you. I don't have a slideshow, so I'm going to use my notes and just talk to you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Over there and over there?
Yes.
Awesome. And if you can't, tell me and I'll move closer to the mic again. So let me get set up here. I was polishing this off last night, going over it again, and I was in a hotel, and something happened in the cloud, and the whole presentation grayed out. So I couldn't throw in the towel in the middle of the night. So I call our tech company, and Tech America is a tech company, and as I was talking to them on the phone, it all came back. So sometimes things work out. Now, I just corrected Eric on the pronunciation of my last name because it is a point of something, pride with me. It's Chapen, and remember Harry Chapen, the musician, and that'll help for those of you who are old enough to remember Harry Chapen. So I want to really thank Intact Global, thank Eric and Justin, who's worked with me on this, and everybody else who I know and have heard of, and I think I feel very happy to be here. All the new people I haven't met, and the new people in the room too, and I hope we get a chance to meet personally over the next couple of days. How many people are here? It's a big crowd. Anybody know? 110? Great, cool.
So we're still having a hard time hearing you.
Are you? All right.
Just go a little closer.
Okay, all right. Okay, sorry.
It's okay.
All right, so before coming here, I was a few days in the Bay Area. I spent time with Marilyn Milos, and she asked me to send her best wishes to everybody here. She's in very poor health, and one of the reasons for my visit was to begin sorting through her library. There's some work has been done on that before, and she has an enormous archive, and Marilyn is a member of Intact America. She's a board member now, and Intact America acquired GA America, NOCERC, and so we have custody of all the documents and books and papers and letters and this incredible collection, and we are working to figure out how to best preserve that. One of the reasons, that was basically the main reason why I visited her this time. And I don't expect her to be able to help us for too much longer. She's really not, she's almost blind, and cognitively she's starting to suffer, and she wouldn't mind me telling you this, or I wouldn't tell you. I also went to see another very old intactivist, Rio Cruz. I'm not sure, who remembers Rio? Yeah, John. And he passed away the day before I got there. And so the old guard is moving along, and Marilyn and I talked about that. We talked about how initially we're all very enthusiastic. People who join the movement, they think, oh, now that I got it. So all I have to do is tell people and they'll get it. And how, nobody expected, she didn't expect that 50 years later, she would still be working on this issue. She did tell me that, though. So when I started with Intact America, early in the 2000s, I was not as cavalier as some of the people I had talked to who were older intactivists. There have been a lot of victories. I'm a little bit more sanguine about some of the accomplishments, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute. But one thing I can say certainly in this country is that whatever people do and have done, everybody has a circumcision story. This practice is so ubiquitous, it cuts through us all. So our Skin in the Game, Intact America's Skin in the Game campaign documents that circumcision cuts through us all. There's some booklets available over there. These are $10 if you don't mind. And when we did several photo shoots of people who came. Many of them did not know about the issue, and we were struck by absolutely everybody who came around had a circumcision story themselves, a spouse, a lover, a child, a friend. And many of the people who came to this campaign had never spoken about it before, never, not to anybody. So just the fact that we're getting this, people start talking about it, I think is a very critical element of our success. So I'm going to divide this talk into 3 focus areas. If you read my summary in the program, don't worry about it. First, I'm going to introduce a paradigm laid out many years ago by Alice Miller. Alice Miller, you might have heard of the book, The Drama of the Gifted Child, which is her most well-known book. She's published many books, and she has another book called Banished Knowledge about childhood injuries. And she includes in her book on banished knowledge circumcision. I've expanded that analysis to include the foreskin itself. And I contend that one of the reasons we've had problems getting our message across where we have had a problem is that the foreskin itself is banished knowledge in our culture. Nobody talks about it. Nobody even knows what it is. Doctors don't know what it is. They don't know how to deal with it, and except to cut it off. And that pertains to modern so-called progressive doctors and urologists who should be trained. There's, I have a chart sitting over there between Steve Scott and John Geisiker. You're welcome to come and look at it. And it's the National Library of Medicine from 2012, the complete, accurate male reproductive system. And you'll see, the penis is absent the foreskin. There's not even, everything is labeled. All of the peripheral structures and everything, and the foreskin is simply not there. After that, I'll talk about that, banished knowledge and the foreskin. Second, I will call for us to be more skeptical about embracing data that is flawed and has been put out by people who have ulterior motives. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. And I don't want to be a downer, but I do not believe the Johns Hopkins report at all. And I'll tell you why I don't believe it. And I think it's really important. I think it's good to use it as a motivator, but I think it's important that we really understand as intactivists how the data are collected, how they're presented, and what the ulterior motives are of the people who are presenting them. And I also think it's really important that we be aware of the kinds of subtle backlash or diversion that the movement is going to continue to get. Because I get calls and emails and texts and messages on Facebook every day from people who are being harassed and coerced into circumcising their sons, or they have intact sons who are being preyed upon by the medical system. So and I can tell you why I think those data are suspect. And the third thing, I'll talk a little bit, and I'm so happy to hear Eric talk about the growth of the movement and the need for an integrated strategy among the different organizations. So for circumcision and the foreskin is banished knowledge. And my friend Shelton Walden, who some of you know, really turned me on to Alice Miller's talking about banished knowledge. I had read her early books, but I was not aware of this. I highly recommend that book to every intactivist. Miller's foundational contention is that child abuse is ubiquitous in our society, and indeed in most societies that she talks about, and that adults repress the knowledge of the harms inflicted on children by those very same adults. And that, especially when those harms are supposedly for the child's own good, which we all have heard, right? Or sanctified by medicine or religion. And circumcision is both. So abuse is, denied, minimized, intellectualized, or reframed even as love. Victims are encouraged to deny harm, to move on, and especially to forgive their parents. And Miller specifically indicts circumcision in her book, Banished Knowledge. A very good quote is, she says, her warning, as a rule, children who were once injured will later injure their own children, maintaining that their behavior does no harm because their own loving parents did the same. So male genital cutting is embedded in the very essence of the character of the United States. This is one of our most embraced and cherished customs, and the vast majority of men in this country, and I would assume in this room, were sexually assaulted and mutilated at birth with the participation and the consent of the person or persons who loved them the most. And this makes it, it's one of the things that makes the practice so tenacious. So the same assault, largely hidden from view, suppressed from awareness, and forbidden from conversation, the same assault manages to permeate and disrupt the most personal and the most intimate relationships. Mother-son, father-son, parent to parent, a man and his lover, as well as even social and commercial interactions. Primarily medicine, the latter category. So when I hear these days, with all the horrible stuff that's going on, I hear people, politicians and newscasters say, with regard to the growing repression of vulnerable people, this is not America. This is not who we are. And I think to myself, oh yes, this is who we are. And we know, everybody in this room knows one of the reasons for that. So male circumcision is one of our most cherished customs and our deepest, most violent social pathologies. Child genital cutting, I don't think anyone in this room would disagree, is child abuse. And what makes the knowledge intolerable is precisely what makes it powerful. It destabilizes cherished beliefs about good parenting, medical authority, religion, and love itself. Thus, we don't acknowledge it. Most Americans could not possibly tell you what goes on in circumcision. They wouldn't recognize a circumstraint. They wouldn't recognize the tools that have been created for the sole purpose of mutilating boys, right? And most appallingly, they would not be able to describe the body part that's being removed. So the victim in this case is left with a scar and denied acknowledgement of the act, of what was taken away, and thus also denied the opportunity to grieve the loss or confront the perpetrators. And this phenomenon is not accidental. So you're welcome to take a look again at that slide I have. And by the way, I have a blog post that just went up on the Intact America website about circumcision and banished knowledge, and I have images in that blog post. It's easy to find, intactamerica.org under blogs. So the implication of Miller's paradigm, to me, means that neither rational arguments nor efforts to create a widespread legal, regulatory, and policy reforms will overcome the weight of the status quo and the ongoing intergenerational trauma created by medical child genital cutting. And we're suffering from a magic bullet delusion if we think that memes, slogans, demonstrations, or even lawsuits are going to heal what's been broken. We can make progress, but we will not heal from those things. Instead, the foreskin has to be restored to its rightful place on the male body in representations and in recognition of its essential role in human sexuality. We have to make it part of the popular culture. That's why IA declared a decade ago at a New York City Pride event, that the foreskin is out of the closet, and that had tremendous resonance and still does. And why 4 years ago, we launched Foreskin Day as a holiday. And by the way, it is registered somewhere, but they won't, the Foreskin Day, I'm sorry, the National Holiday Database won't publicize it. So the most important thing I really believe now, and I never felt like this in the past, I think we need to create conversations and spaces for men and their loved ones to heal from the trauma. That's why IA has created an online therapy group. I know some other organizations are also doing online therapy. We have 3 psychotherapists who came to us after going through the journey themselves, and we have monthly psychotherapy meetings with, it's a very small group. We had a group of 10 and we have another group of 10 now. But with more funding, we're gonna do more of this because the benefits are exponential. But we also do need to take action against the perpetrators, and Eric talked a little bit about this. I think this is also an enormous effort that will require a lot of funding. We have to go after, I don't care what the 2 people from the AMA, 2 people from AAP say, they're gonna walk that shit back. Dikema, who's a terribly unethical doctor and has supported all kinds of unethical things. Aaron Tobian, who put out those data on the so-called falling circumcision rate, was a main architect of U.S. participation in sub-Saharan South Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, and responsible for mutilating millions of Black men in Africa. And we have to call them on this and not be happy for some crumb that they throw our way. We have to demand that these organizations educate their members on circumcision. We have to tell them to come clean. They won't, but we have to put that out there. And we have to ask them to, instead of saying, well, we don't really know the complication rate, we just know it's really low, but no one's ever measured it. We have to demand that they fund research on the complications of circumcision. And we have to ask the government and the health insurers to fund circumcision trauma as part of mental health services. Those are all things that, as a movement, we can do with the proper resources and the proper focus. And these are things that we have not done yet. I think that this is a truth and reconciliation effort that we're talking about. Parents are perpetrators. They're victims too, but they're perpetrators. Doctors are perpetrators. Everybody who comes up with an excuse for not calling circumcision child abuse or acting on it has to come clean. We all have to come clean for tolerating this practice. And we need to start talking about reparations. One of our therapists is a Canadian guy, and he's written an article about circumcision as a disability, and he used Ontario law to talk about that. And I know there's been a little bit of talk about that in the US. Not saying we would get it, but we should be talking in those terms, the massive damage that's been done. So the second topic, how am I on time? I don't see a clock. Am I? Okay, is we need to define and deploy sophisticated and methodologically sound measures of the movement's success. And we need to look at the source, as I've said, for information. So we don't have a bank of statisticians. You know, most of the people in this room do not have that skill. And so when we see some article, I mean, I've been in the healthcare field I've just been around a really long time anyway. And when I've been in the healthcare field for 4 decades, and I know the first thing I look at when I see some statistic that either appalls me or appeals to me is who put it out and what their methodology was. And the recent data on the falling circumcision rate it's not correct. It completely ignores circumcisions that take place out of the hospital. It completely ignores circumcisions that are, it talks about databases. Every state has its own way of collecting procedure data, collecting cost data. No state collects self-pay data, things that are paid without a bill that goes through the insurance company. And the practices in collecting and reporting medical data over the last 10, 15 years have been in complete disarray. So the data that says, we looked at hospital data of babies who were, it's part of the mother's discharge, right? So you're looking at 3 days. And we know that anecdotally, that circumcisions are taking place now in pediatricians' office, in community clinics, community health centers. The most insurance pays for the costs of babies' care or mistreatment in the first 30 days of a baby's life, because they're on the mother's insurance. So mother's insurance is good for a circumcision up to 30 days. And we know anecdotally, again, countless people taking their babies to pediatricians upon discharge from the hospital. So the data that reported this falling circumcision rate absolutely did not take that into account. They did say that it didn't count those things, but that's a major thing that's changing right now. So I think in general, to focus on the neonatal circumcision rate because of the flaws is not, it's appealing from a PR point of view, and it's understandable that the movement wants to take credit for this so-called falling circumcision rate. And we have a lot to take credit for, a lot. I mean, this room is full of people who are passionate about this, and we're all expanding our constituents, but we have to be very careful about embracing that. As I said, Aaron Tobian, who was an author, he was a corresponding author of that article that came out last year. He wasn't listed in the authors, but he's at Johns Hopkins, and he's been a perpetrator of circumcision. He's like the American Brian Morris. He has said that as the circumcision rate in the United States falls, you're going to see massive skyrocketing of medical costs as a consequence of keeping boys intact. And he didn't say that in this report, but immediately after this report, and some of you might have seen Rebecca Wald's work that she did on this, immediately after it, all of the sort of industry rags, the medical newsletters and stuff, came out with very similar headlines and the kind of warning that circumcision protected boys from bad things, and we were going to see a rise in morbidity as a result of boys being kept intact. So you got to look at that and you understand a little bit. I'm not saying, if you think it's useful to say the circumcision rate is falling and intact boys are becoming normalized, you can say that. I know how many, I read Facebook, I'm sure you all do too, mothers who are complaining about being deceived, complaining about their children being forcibly retracted, complaining about being told that their child needs circumcising when he goes in for an ear infection. So we have to be very careful about that. Medicine is very fragmented, very decentralized, and very chaotic, and data on procedures and outcomes and costs are similarly chaotic and unreliable. So the last thing I want to talk about is the need for us to create an integrated, sophisticated, and robust fundraising strategy. Eric mentioned same-sex marriage. One guy named Tim Gill gave $450 million to that movement. Billions of dollars were spent on the same-sex marriage movement. When I started Intact America with a private donation of $1 million, you would have thought that I was, not for my politics, but Donald Trump, with a gilded office. And I've had people say to me as recently as 2 years ago, what happened to all the money? Circumcision is still, you didn't end circumcision with all that money. We're talking literally an industry that is hundreds of trillions of dollars. And so anything that any of our organizations has managed to achieve in terms of fundraising is really a pittance, and we need to get more sophisticated about that. We should read, anybody here who hasn't read should read Dan Pallotta's book, Uncharitable, which talks about the mistakes of expecting nonprofits to do things basically, on a shoestring when they're up against, massively funded organizations or industries. So I don't know how we should work together to make the movement more sophisticated about fundraising. I do know that intactivism is really, if you had to put it comparable to any other movement, it's a consumer rights movement. We're all consumers of medical care, and the medical industry tries to sell circumcision. They sell it to the moms. They market it to the moms. I can't believe when people tell me it's not a woman's issue. If it wasn't for the mothers, you couldn't, no one would be circumcised. We need to hold the researchers and medical establishment accountable for the damage they've caused, and we need to get the foreskin the attention and appreciation it deserves. We should also start talking reparations, as I said before, and I would love it if we could work together. I don't know exactly what that looks like now, but I hope some conversations that take place over the next couple of days will help me to get that a little clear. So thank you so much. I really appreciate being here. Thank you. I have some of my books, my memoir, This Penis Business, and I believe there's some of Marilyn's memoirs there too. Please Don't Cut the Baby. If you've taken one before you saw the sign, which Justin's so nicely printed, I'm asking $20. You can either give me a $20 bill, or you could give me a check, or no one carries checks, or you can pay me on Apple Pay. And the Skin in the Game booklets, which are really awesome, are $10, or you can order them from wherever you want. There are QR codes for ordering information. I haven't made any money off the book yet, so.
A big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll get Georgine's book in Maryland. So another round of applause for Georgin. Thank you so much for coming. So one of the biggest pieces of feedback we got from last year's conference was no breaks. And why are there no breaks in this program? So we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break. We're gonna start again at 11:10. If you're watching the live stream, just, hang out for 9 minutes and send the link to your friends. Use the restroom, get some water, some snacks, say hi to your neighbors, and we'll resume at 11:10 a.m. with Ali Babu Chay Johnson, right? We're very excited. There he is, that beautiful man over there. So, okay, we'll be back in 10.
That's great. So remember what I need that for the recorded so they can put a slide like this. Open here and we don't have time this day, but thank you very much. What? This, because this, that's just going to live stream, that's fine. I need this, oh, you're right. Because no, what will happen is then it will, so we'll keep it as I don't want to say it. Thank you so much. Yeah,
Hello, Charles. Okay, we're going to be starting up in a minute. If everyone could take their seat, maybe get a last coffee or water, maybe some snacks, but we'll be starting up in 1 to 2 minutes. So. Jessica, you all good?
Great. Ah, there it is. I'm going. Where did you get this? Okay, great. Great. Right. Okay. And I love it, dude. All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. I hope you had a good break. Did everybody stand up a little bit? Stretch out a little bit? Anybody else need to sit? That's right. Okay, good. That's important. I don't like this. I think this is, I can't. Can people hear me better now? Yeah, I just like, can you hear me? Is this yours right here? Okay, I'm going to hold this one for the house. Just because, okay, great. Well, hey, everybody. My name's Chay Johnson. Yes, Ali Babu Chay Johnson. Yes, I was given that name. I'm Jewish, black, and gay. My mom's Jewish, my dad's black. It's amazing. And I'm intact because my dad was born in a sharecropper farm in Mississippi and they didn't circumcise. And it's pretty amazing, right? And then my Orthodox Jewish grandfather, who was no longer Orthodox, but he told my mom, like, it's barbaric, don't do that, right? So it's kind of I'm like this intactness, and I got to experience all that. Where is he? He said it was circumshaming, I think it was called. Because, as a kid, in the locker room, I was the one that everybody was looking at, right? And I grew up thinking it was normal because that's how my dad looked, and that's, so, but yeah, so I kind of came to this in a different way. And I remember being around 13 and being like, telling my parents I was mad at them because, they didn't circumcise me. And my dad was just like, dude, just wait, trust me. Because he had lots of friends who had been in the military and they were circumcised. And they said it was like driving, a limousine and then going to a Ford Focus, from like a Lamborghini. So, so that's kind of how my journey came to this. I'm a marriage and family therapist practicing in Los Angeles, California. And I'm on the board of Intact Global as a community development director. Yeah. So thank you. Thank you, Eric. Great. One of the things that I talked about last year for our inaugural conference was I did a presentation about really kind of bringing together our coalition, right? We've got all these different kinds of people from all different kinds of groups, and the fact that we're all under one roof is kind of amazing because we have different political viewpoints, but we all want to protect children from, mutilation, right? Babies from mutilation and trauma, right? So this is also a talk. First of all, I thought we were going to do some breakout groups and smaller. So this is a little intense. I think we can handle it. But this really is a talk about bringing our coalition together about genital mutilation. I think one of the issues that I see going on, which I think is designed to get us to divide us and not to unite us, is we think that we have to focus on, male genital mutilation and not female genital mutilation. Let's not talk about intersectional mutilation. And one of the things that I'm learning is that this is all, it's all the same thing in a way. It's all being used to divide us, and it's all being used to manipulate us. So I'm going to talk about these similarities and differences between male, female, and intersex genital mutilation, right? So one of the things I've been really trying to understand is why does this happen, right? Why has this happened in history? I mean, why are we doing something that is so insane, right? And I finally came to understand that this is about control. It's about controlling people, getting people to see that their lives are small, that they don't something is bigger than they are, that they have no control over. And what better way than to give them this experience of, having this thing happen to their bodies that they don't even remember, but they can intuit and they can feel. And then, there's enough people who it didn't happen to that you can kind of see something's different and you don't really know what's happening, right? So a lot of it is just, it's just putting us in this spell, under this spell in order to control us. So let's talk about these different ways of control, right? The first way that we control people is to set up this lie that sex, or that there are two biological sexes only, right? That there's a male and a female, and that is it, and everything else is problematic, right? And instead of seeing it as a spectrum, with the one end of the spectrum being the binary male and one end of the spectrum being the binary female, and there are some people who hit that. A lot of people who are close to that, right? We don't see it as a spectrum with these endpoints. We see it as only these endpoints, and anything that's inside of that is abnormal. And so we have to physically stamp it to make it, to approve it and say, okay, now you are female, now you are male. That's the purpose of that, is to do that, to put us in that binary. And when you put us in that binary, there's also a hierarchy that goes with that, right? So it's men over women, right? So if you don't fit into the binary hierarchy, you're challenging it. What do you mean you have a hypospadias? We'll get into that, right? What do you mean that you have a clitoris that can function better than some people's penises can? What does that mean, right? That doesn't fit into the binary. We can't control you. In similar ways, people who are bisexual you're not fitting into anything we can control, right? So it doesn't work well with hierarchy. Another way that this controlling individuals in society is by, actually physically affecting physical pleasure, right? And I'm going to get into that. Just the idea that if we can, Kellogg was really into this about, making sure that the pleasure that people are experiencing erotically is reduced so that we can get people to focus on just procreation, right? We scientifically know that the number one purpose of sex is pleasure. There's like some of the other purposes for sex are bonding, and procreation is like the third or fourth purpose of sex, right? But the number one purpose of sex is pleasure. So when we affect that and we reduce that, then okay. So that's the second one. And the third one is a little complicated, and I think it's really kind of what is at the crux of everything here. And it's also it's the thing that we have to be careful about as activists, because it's the thing that can divide us, is this false narrative that this is inevitable, right? Eric was talking about that it's only 2,000 years that the full ablation of the penis has been this thing that has just been done by Jews, right? Before that, in Jesus' time, there was no moil, right? Your father on the 8th day, there was no 8th day ceremony where you have to hold the mom back while the moil is ablating the entire foreskin. There was on the 8th day, the dad got a sharp stone and cut the very tip of the foreskin, right? Not ablating the entire foreskin. Most of us who are Jews do not know that. We do not know that Jesus and all the other Jews of his time were not fully not the whole thing was circumcised, right? But we just it's just like this inevitable thing. So the reason why I talk about an inevitability being a danger to us is because in this country, we just see, circumcision of males as, oh, that's just the way it is, right? But we don't think of the circumcision or the mutilation of female genitalia or intersex genitalia. Well, let's talk about female. Female genitalia is, you can't do that. Oh, no, right? But in other countries, they see it as an inevitable, natural, medical necessity to do this to girls, right? People assigned female at birth. So the whole idea is to get us to think of these things as this is the only way it is. And we're set and we're stuck this way. That's another way to control us. When we start to think of anything as, the reality police try to tell us that anything is, that's when we're going to have issues. So what a lot of us are doing is we're challenging that. But what I would like to accomplish here is to get us to open up our minds and entertain the possibility that we don't have to say, the number one thing we have to do here is protect boys from being cut because that's the thing that's most prevalent, or the number one thing we have to do is, forget about boys, girls are the problem, everything's fine now, we got the laws changed. It's all a problem. So if we look at genital cutting across the world, there's a big difference here, right? So we're talking about, these are 2024 estimates. Let me just tell you, a lot of times these numbers are not correct. We don't really have the right numbers, but what we do know is that it's probably about 6 times as many globally, and in the United States it's way more. 6 times as many boys who are being mutilated. People with penises who are being mutilated as people who have clitoral level vaginal areas, right? So we see that there's a big difference. So I'm going to tell you some of this material. It's all diagrams, no pictures. But it's a little intense, so I will give you trigger warnings, okay? But I think that's important to note, right? But when it comes to trying to get data about intersex, Germany has some data about how many people who are assigned intersex, right? It's about 1 in 2,000 people who have ambiguous genitalia that is so prevalent that it really falls into that realm of intersex, right? So when it's 1 in 2,000, and then 1 in 59 people has either a chromosomal anomaly or a hormonal anomaly or some combination, right? 1 in 59 people. Okay. But 1 in 2,000 has these really big pronounced, okay. We still don't have reliable data. Germany is the only country that's just started counting how many people who are assigned intersex at birth are being mutilated. So we don't have reliable data. And one of the reasons why I put up this diagram is I just want to talk about, this is, where's my doctor? Where did he go? This is basic, this is basic science of development in utero, right? We kind of start out with this cloaca. We're kind of, it's kind of undeveloped, but largely feminized, right? And then as we develop, the Y chromosome testosterone starts making changes. If your body absorbs testosterone, right? If you have androgen sensitivity syndrome, you're not going to absorb as much testosterone, and you're going to look a little different than the typical person. But the whole idea is that in the typical makeup, in the typical setup, we go into what is considered, identified male at birth, gonads, or identified female at birth gonads, right? But when you look at that, before that, we're all intersex, right? And then we start to differentiate. So it's interesting that we don't have data about intersex people and what's happening to intersex people, but we have data about male and female genital mutilation when this is kind of at the core of who we are. We kind of are intersex, but we manifest as male or female. And I think that one of the things about people who are intersex is it's a biological, factual, empirical challenge to this idea that men are above women, right? So you get these people who can do all kinds of things. So I'm going to talk about in these differences and these similarities, right? I'm going to talk about the different types of genital cutting, right? I think we talk a lot about male genital mutilation, and I do not want to minimize that in any way, shape, or form. It is happening 6 times as much as female genital mutilation, and in this country, it's a hell of a lot more, right? But it's still happening. Female genital mutilation is still happening in this country. We'll talk about that in a minute. But it's happening more. Female genital mutilation is illegal. Male genital mutilation is not. And one of the things that's happening is it's the way that we see and perceive of female genital mutilation, the way that we see and perceive of the female gender, right? Oh, they're the weaker sex. How could you do that to a little baby girl? But somehow this infant boy is tough enough to have this unbelievable procedure. I don't know how, so there's this concept. But I'm going to talk about these, and I want us to just go in here, let's just go in here for a minute and look at this. It's not easy stuff to look at. But so the World Health Organization kind of categorizes this in 4 ways. I usually talk about the 3 ways. The 4th way is, there's a lot going on with that, but the 4th, even before I talk about the first way, I can talk about the 4th way. Female genital mutilation can be very, very innocuous. I mean, like actually dying, putting henna on the clitoris as a child. It's kind of like something that doesn't even have any kind of, it's not really mutilation, it's not permanent, right? Sometimes it's just putting a little prick or a mark on the clitoris to mark that it has been touched in a way. And it's almost like a symbolic thing, kind of similar to the way that the pre-Moyle cutting of the ridged band of the foreskin, which is actually a lot more damaging. But it can be very, very light. There's also piercing. There's all these kinds of things. But a lot of times it's just pricking or dyeing or hennaing. It's not as intense. And that is one of the most common ways that female genital mutilation is happening, right? So that lends credence to this concept of like, why are we even talking about this? Like, it's not happening here. It's not a big deal. It's not that. Well, again, it's important for us to see that we're being played against each other. It's either wrong everywhere or it's not. Right? So then that number one type here is going to be clitoral cutting, and a lot of times in our society we think of the clitoral hood as being too big, right? And if it's too big, we'll remove some of it. It's almost like getting a partial. I know I'm a gay man. I look at a lot of dicks at the gym, you know, which I think everybody does, but I really look, you know. You know, there's a lot of times I'll see people with like, they may not have 4 skins, but they've got like 2 skins or 1 skins, or they got a little bit more, okay, right? But that ridged band at the very tip, that's the part that was being cut, always being cut in the Jewish tradition. And that ridged band has nerve endings that are sympathetic to the nerve endings in the walls of the vagina and the walls of the anus. So the real, and this is the next part of this, but one of the big purposes of circumcision is to sacrifice pleasure, right? You're sacrificing experiencing pleasure by getting that ridged band cut off. Now, regardless of whether you're having the full ablation by the moil or pre-moil during Jesus' time and before having the ridged band cut off, you're still really sacrificing a lot of pleasure, right? You're sacrificing this amazing experience for the person and their partner of nerve endings touching, sympathetically having a conversation. This is a very intimate thing that gets taken away. But the idea is that we make this sacrifice of pleasure in order for some greater good for the community or a greater good religiously, right? There's this concept, you know, and it's said that, you know, that it's a mitzvah to be circumcised, but I want to point out, it's a mitzvah to treat, I've said this last year, I say this all the time, it's a mitzvah not to treat your slaves poorly, right? What's even better than not treating your slaves poorly, right? Is not having any, right? Okay. So there's mitzvahs and then there's mitzvahs, you know what I mean? So one of the things that I think about when I think about this type of cutting of reducing the clitoris is that it's also, the clitoris is, the clitoral hood, excuse me, not reducing the clitoris, I'll get to that in a minute, but reducing the clitoral hood is really about like, oh, it's too big, let's reduce it needs to look like these porn stars or whatever. And in doing that, you're reducing this incredible ability to experience pleasure, right? So that thinking is the same thinking that is happening with the foreskin of the penis. And if we can connect in our brains that this is happening across the board, that the purpose of this is to control us, to reduce pleasure, to put us in these places where the approved female genitalia is a small clitoral hood or none, right? Or something pricked, something that has been touched and stamped. But the approved male anatomy is the circumcised penis, right? That the approved intersex person is it doesn't exist. They have to be stamped and changed to one or the other. It's all the same thing, y'all. We're fighting the same battle. Okay, so I just want to get that in. So that first part, the first kind of female genital mutilation, you know, reducing the clitoris, clitoral hood. Sometimes they'll cut the clitoris. I was trying to, I'm so sorry, guys. I didn't put this in here, but when I was in London about a year and a half ago, I went to, I'm gonna see if I can get this up. I don't know if anybody can see this, but this is this amazing artist, and she did they are a trans masculine non-binary person. They did this extraordinary sculpture of the clitoris. Looks like a penguin, right? It's huge. And what they did was, that's all the clitoral tissue, folks. What they did was the gold part is the part that's visible, right? The tip of the clitoris and the labia, the outer labia. And then all that bronze stuff in there, that's all clitoral tissue inside. It's huge. It's bigger than a penis. It gets erect. Okay? It's huge. It's gigantic. So when you're removing that gold tip or taking off the prepuce of that gold tip, can we see that this is very similar to circumcision? I mean, are we getting that? Of the penis? There's a big similarity going on here. This is, so anyway, I just want to show that. So then this is when it gets hairy, folks. I'm sorry, but the next kind of clitoral, female genital mutilation is, you'll see is this there? There it goes. This is very cool, Eric. Wow. You'll see that is right there, and that's when the labia itself is the labia minora is removed, right? I don't know if you guys know, there's the outer labia and then the inner labia. So the inner labia is removed. So all this incredible sensitivity, right? And often the clitoris is removed. This is really, really major shit, folks. It's really horrible. It is way, way beyond the scope of what's happening to foreskins. It would be the equivalent of removing like a third of the glands or something. It's just crazy, right? And then the fourth kind is what's called infibulation, and this is just, it's unbelievable. All of this tissue is removed, and then the entire opening is sewn up. And there's these two little openings that are left for menstruation and peeing. And the whole idea is that I have 4 minutes. Jesus, thank you. The whole idea is that the whole idea is that this woman is stamped and she is completely controlled. That whole part of her body is to pee, menstruate, get pregnant when she's married, bear children. That's it. So it's very, very severe. I don't know how I'm gonna do this in 4 minutes, you guys. But now let's talk about the intersex genital mutilation, because what's happening with this is that we're either gonna mutilate you to make you look male, or we're gonna mutilate you to make you look female, right? And that's kind of the way it goes. But this is one of the most important points I can make here today, okay? The reason why 1 in 9 babies who would be assigned female at birth are in danger of infant genital mutilation, even though it's illegal in this country, is because we can say, oh, that clitoris is too big. That's not a female baby. That's an intersex baby. And if it's an intersex baby, there's no law protecting it. So if there's no law protecting it, we can do whatever we want to this baby's genitals. So when we protect intersex genital mutilation from happening, we also stop female genital mutilation in the United States from happening. So I want us to all start thinking about this all together. Yes, obviously, what's happening to penises in this country is huge, prevalent, and it's, in terms of the scope of it, it's the way it's affecting us, it's ginormous. But if we don't recognize that this is about gender stamping, then we're missing the way that this is controlling us. So one of the ways that they try to make you male, I don't know if I talked about this last year, is hypospadias. And the diagram you'll see the typical opening for the urethra is at the tip of the penis, and a hypospadias it'll be underneath, or an epispadias it'll be on top, the top part of the penis. Sometimes in a severe hypospadias, the opening will be kind of closer to the testes, right? These are formed. This is a form of intersex genitalia. In most cases, the person functions quite well. They may have to sit down to pee. They may have to. They can still they can still ejaculate and their semen can still swim in a vagina to fertilize an egg. But in this, we have this idea that, oh no, this is not right. There are many less instances where surgery to quote correct hypospadias is necessary, but there are some instances, right? Okay, so when you look at what's going on here, I really want to show you, like, it's kind of like the whole idea is, we want the ideal male, right? Where'd it go? I better not do that. We'll want the approved binary male and the approved binary female, right? So the intact penis experiences male genital mutilation to become the approved binary male. The intact clitoral vulval vaginal area experiences female genital mutilation to become the approved binary female. And if you're intersex, these are all the things that are happening to you in terms of genital mutilation. Okay, thank you. I got 10 minutes less, but I'll make it happen. I did. So I could go down those and we could talk about those later if people have questions about them. But I just want to say, and Georgin brought this up about, there's a big. I could talk about this more, but a lot of people feel like that genital cutting is an act of resistance against an oppressor, and it's almost we could discuss that a little later. But the way that I look at it is that to the extent that genital cutting is a result of coercion, right, then it is mutilation. If you believe that this is something you're supposed to do because you've been coerced, because you were bullied, because you were whatever, then you might be consenting to mutilation and not realize it. So I'm going to talk about this very quickly. I wish I could spend more time on it. I'm very sorry about this, but in terms of the idea of pleasure, yes, I know. I'm going to steal from the next person 3 minutes. I'm sorry. I hope you don't mind. But in terms of pleasure, Audre Lorde was this incredible intellectual. And one of the things that she talked about is that when pleasure is so essential to us having an experience of our own power as individuals. And so when we're mutilating bodies so that pleasure is reduced and the somatic experience of pleasure that's natural in our bodies is reduced, we're also, that affects our ability to see ourselves as powerful individuals. That eros, that erotic connection to our bodies is very important. And I basically say that, this is kind of gaslighting people, right? We've already talked about this before, but it's really about getting people just to think of themselves as deficient, that this is the way it is, this is just how it has to be. So I've said this before, same arguments that are used outside the US to substantiate female genital mutilation are the same arguments that proponents of male genital mutilation. How many times have people had this conversation where you ask someone, are you going to circumcise your son? Oh yeah. Oh, would you do it to your daughter? Oh my God, no. Like, it's just incredible, right? Well, if you go to South Asia or West Asia or Indonesia, they will tell you all of these same things. That this is, it stabilizes libido. All the things that you hear people say just rattling off their head in the United States is the same thing that you'll hear people saying about female genital mutilation. And that is that's the key of what I have to say. I know, I gotta go. All right, so that's it. The truth is, circumcision of infant children, either both are evil or both are not, right? And that's it.
Yeah. I know we're a few minutes late, so we'll get to that.
All right, thanks.
Well, thank you so much, Chay. And we are going to introduce our next presenter in 1 minute. Give me 1 second. So yes, that was a crash course on the differences of genital cutting, male, female, intersex, and more importantly, their similarities, right? And if you look at the genitals in utero, they're indistinguishable for at least 4-6 weeks. So we're all talking about the same parts here. The next talk, I'm very excited to introduce. Are we getting a little feedback right now? No? We good? Okay. Our next talk, we got a big round of applause for our first physician speaking of the conference. Coming in from out of town, let's get a big round of applause for Dr. Jared Ross. Well, thank you, Dr. Ross, for joining us. And here is the clicker.
Oh, I get a clicker.
Yeah,
Thank you so much. Thanks so much for having me here.
I know it was still your time.
Well, my talk is a little bit short, so I have a few things I'm going to say beforehand. First of all, I will say it once, and I will say the word circumcision. And I will implore all of you not to use that word, because what that word does is that word normalizes this practice. It medicalizes this practice. And I think we need to be accurate in our language so that we win the battle. And so I will never say that word. I'll say it once at a conference and that's it. I like mutilate. It's visceral. People don't like it. People react to it, but it's accurate. It is what we're doing. And so if you want something more neutral, cut, I think is a great descriptor. But I will not use the long C word. And that's very intentional. And I'm okay just talking into this microphone. I would just come a little closer. Do you not want me to hold it then?
I prefer it.
Okay, I won't hold the microphone. I'll just stay close here. So I'm also going to tell you about my first job, which is an interesting story here. So as a junior in high school here in North Hollywood, I went to interview as a lifeguard and swim teacher. And the guy who was interviewing me was this guy, Chay Johnson. And as a good 17-year-old, I showed up a half hour early to my job interview. Chay showed up a half hour late. He kind of took me into his office, glanced at my resume, and then he said, "It's too bad you don't have a swimsuit on you, because I'd love to see you teach." And I said, "Actually, I have a swimsuit in my car." So went, got my swimsuit, got changed, and Chay pulled some boy to the side of the pool and said, "Do you want a swim lesson?" He's like, No, I know how to swim." And he's like, "No, you're getting a free swim lesson." He's like, No. Chay's a big guy. The kid didn't argue too long, so I started teaching, and about 45 minutes later, I climbed out of the pool, started looking around for Chay, couldn't find him, found this head lifeguard. You remember Brooke?
Oh, yeah.
So I found Brooke, and I said, "Brooke, where's Chay?" "Oh, he left. He said he hopes you can start Monday." So now I am going to also disagree with Chay, and I know he's going to. I'm going to say this: humans and all mammals have two sexes, male and female, and that's basic biology. And those that do not that have disorders of sex differentiation inherently have a disorder. They, by definition, have impaired or absent fertility. That doesn't make them less of a person, doesn't make them any less of a person than someone who has a disorder of glucose metabolism known as diabetes. It also doesn't impact how they behave, what they wear, what their interests are. And I think it's actually incredibly regressive to insist that men behave a certain way and women behave another way. We can say that on mean, women do have certain tendencies. Biology does influence our personality and who we are. But to say that someone who doesn't comport to a stereotype is less of or wrong or different than, I think unfortunately drives a lot of the genital cutting that goes on. And so I think it's very important that we say biology, we have men, we have women. By and large, men behave this way. By and large, women behave this way. But if you do not comport to those stereotypes, I certainly don't, there's nothing wrong with you that doesn't make you any less of a person. So with that, I'll go ahead and get started. So let's see here. So medicine is a high stakes endeavor where we can't afford to be wrong. But healthcare is practiced by humans who are inherently error prone. To square those two realities, we must have a willingness to admit when we're wrong. And we're not good about that in medicine. And we were wrong about cutting baby boys' genitals. I came upon this realization last week while I was camping at a meditation retreat at a rugged, isolated airstrip in the Arizona desert. A portion of the hangar had been turned into a living space by the previous owner, and who had hung up this framed print still in its shrink wrap from 30 years ago. Aviation itself is not inherently dangerous, but to an even greater degree than the sea, it is terribly unforgiving in any carelessness, incapacity, or neglect. Initially, I didn't appreciate the irony. This print was hung by Dale Bawden shortly before he crashed on takeoff. It was his first and only flight attempting to teach himself to fly an ultralight aircraft. A careless act for a 77-year-old US Navy veteran who certainly knew better. A mistake that cost him his life. I'm ashamed to admit it, but my initial response was to sneer Dale for his stupidity, a foolish old timer. My clicker not working. But then I realized we are all human, and what Alexander Pope said more than 200 years ago in 1711 is still true to this day. To err is human. Instead, I shifted my attention and the attention of the group I was with to understanding this piece of history, honoring the memory, and most importantly, learning from Dale's mistake. Those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it, said George Santayana. John Harvey Kellogg never aspired to be a serial magnate. First and foremost, he was a Puritan. He created a sanitarium for the wealthy elite, a modern day meditation retreat, but with creature comforts like showers and hot tubs and yogurt. Lots and lots of yogurt, but that's a different story. Kellogg believed that insanity and the seizure disorder epilepsy were the result of impure thoughts and masturbation. And his goal was not just to suppress some sexual urges, but was to suppress all of them. His prescription was a bland diet, hence cornflakes, and later grape nuts, and removal of the prepuce, the foreskin of the penis, which was surprisingly rational for a sworn eugenicist whose stated goal was complete celibacy, even after marriage, to advocate for the removal of 70,000 specialized, slow-conducting C nerve fibers, an area of skin that in the adult grows to 50 square centimeters, the size of a Post-it note. At the time, this was a ritual practice that was exceedingly rare outside of Jewish and Muslim communities. What started as an attempt to treat insanity was later justified as reducing the risk of urinary tract infections, a condition that, should it occur, can readily be treated with antibiotics. In fact, we know that women who have suffered female genital mutilation are at lower risk of urinary tract infections as well. However, modern medicine does not amputate body parts to prevent infection. During the HIV and AIDS epidemic of the 1990s and early 2000s, and backed by funding from the NIH, researchers from Johns Hopkins, the University of Chicago, and a public hospital in Paris, France, traveled to sub-Saharan Africa. They voluntarily removed the foreskins of over 5,400 men to see if it would reduce disease transmission rates. The studies also included non-invasive measures such as distributing condoms and educational information. But all three studies suffered from severe biases due to the limitations around creating an adequate control group for a surgical intervention. As rates of penile cancer have exploded due to the rapid spread of highly malignant strains of human papillomavirus, or HPV, driven largely by a culture that celebrates sexual promiscuity, reduced HPV transmission has been used to justify male genital mutilation. Yet HPV has also caused a massive increase in vaginal and vulvar cancers. So I ask you, then why are we not advocating for the removal of little girls' labias? Another practice deeply rooted in cultural and religious significance. And we can take it a step further. HPV is responsible for our epidemic for 90% of anal cancers, an epidemic that could be nearly eliminated by removing the rectum of infants and performing a simple diverting colostomy, routing fecal material into a bag placed on the abdomen. So instead of creating justifications for something we're already doing, let's examine the roots. Why is this part of the male body so harmful that it must be removed at birth? Yet in 6 to 7 million years of human evolution, it has not evolved away. And why is the embryologically identical tissue in females not problematic? In fact, removal of the clitoral hood of a baby girl, the embryologically identical tissue to the male foreskin, is a felony punishable by 10 years in prison. I know one aspect that we don't discuss enough is financial conflicts of interest. Pediatricians are continually the lowest paid physician specialty, making 1/4 to 1/3 of what cardiac surgeons, neurosurgeons, and orthopedic surgeons make, despite having the same medical school debt. Removal of an infant boy's foreskin is an incredibly lucrative procedure that pays several $100s, yet only requires a few minutes of a doctor's time. In 1982, California recognized that this procedure was not medically necessary and was the first state to cut Medi-Cal funding or Medicaid funding for this procedure. Today, a total of 17 states Medicaid programs, which is state and federal funded insurance for the poor, does not cover this procedure. Yet indigent mothers who rarely spend a single penny of their own money on their entire pregnancy, from prenatal care to delivery, and often receive WIC assistance, supplemental government handouts for food, routinely hand over cash to doctors to have them remove the tip of their baby boy's penis on the first or second day of life with anesthesia that consists of a drop of sugar water to distract the baby. In other medical contexts, giving patients a sugar pill is a placebo, an intervention known to have no physiologic effect. So why do we expect this placebo to work for baby boys? This practice, which I refer to as cash for cuts, is largely driven by aggressive advocacy by labor and delivery nurses who hound mothers in the name of conforming with a cultural norm. But the tides are starting to shift, especially in Black communities. And while the nurses don't appear to have any financial incentive, the hospitals certainly do. In a similar program I call Cash for Foreskins, Big Pharma generously compensates hospitals for what would otherwise be thrown in the incinerator. In a nationwide scandal, orders of magnitude larger than the sale of aborted baby parts by Planned Parenthood. Foreskins, which are rich in stem cells, are processed into skin graft products that are sold back to these hospitals at huge markups for the treatment of burn patients. But put aside the sexual harms, put aside the very real pain and the clear financial conflicts of interest. This is first and foremost a crystal clear violation of the first pillar of medical ethics, individual bodily autonomy. This is a cosmetic surgery without consent. It's not plastic surgery, which aims to restore form and/or function, cleft lip or palate repair, even ear pinning. Infant male genital mutilation alters form purely for aesthetic reasons while destroying function in the process. So how do we critically evaluate an ancient religious practice without it being dismissed as bigotry? How do we avoid being disowned by our own community? How do we respond when we're accused of being anti-Semitic or desecrating the name of God? Unfortunately, I don't have the answer. And I hope that in these next 2 days here, I can learn that from all of you. Thanks so much.
Well, thank you so much. Another round of applause for Dr. Ross for coming out. We need as many doctors as we can in this fight for baby boys. Now, and Dr. Ross also wins because you finished on time, right? So fantastic. We actually have about 5 minutes for questions. If anyone has any questions for Dr. Ross. Yes, Georgin. Yeah, wait, I have a microphone. Is this on, Ellie?
Hi, thank you for letting me say this. I had this in my talk, but I didn't have time to present it. I want to make a comment about states that don't, that Medicaid does not authorize payment for circumcision, including California. Most every state in this country has managed care contracts with commercial insurance companies. And in the state of California, the commercial insurance companies, including Kaiser and Sutter, the state did not regulate whether they paid for circumcision or not. So when I met with the physicians at Kaiser Permanente in Sacramento, all but one physician in that practice, in Kaiser's practice in Sacramento, circumcised. They made no distinction between who was on Medicaid and who wasn't. The state has never issued a check for a circumcision to a doctor, but all the HMOs, virtually all of them, continue to cover circumcision. And it's another reason why the data are so bad. The the recipients, the Medicaid recipients, are asked the question, do you have Medicaid or do you have private insurance? In New York, the state made a big deal out of Medicaid patients having private insurance, because indeed the state contracted with commercial HMOs. I ran one of those HMOs. So our members would not say they had Medicaid. They were told they didn't have Medicaid because of the stigma. They would say, I have Hudson Health Plan. Our company was a nonprofit. And so we have to be really, really clear and really, really careful about that. And the fact that that is not recorded as a circumcision paid for by state Medicaid is completely understandable, because they're not writing the checks. So thank you for the chance to say that.
Thank you, Georgin. That's a very important point. I really appreciate that. We've seen a huge growth in what's called managed Medicaid. Massive growth in that, where states are contracting these out to private companies, mostly for profit, but some nonprofit. But yes, what I referred to was what's called straight Medicaid, where federal dollars are being passed to the state dollars are being added to that, and the state is funding that, but that is becoming a smaller and smaller portion.
Almost non-existent direct Medicaid. What did you call it?
Straight Medicaid.
Straight Medicaid, almost non-existent for women and children.
I think we ought to be careful about selling foreskins. I've interviewed people that work for these skin regeneration corporations, and they claim that they only need a couple of foreskins and that they're donated by the parents with their permission. But I've also interviewed dermatologists that say, I hope you're not successful because we use foreskins because they're so clean in dermatological experiments. I'd like to know if the dermatologists that are doing investigative reporting in dermatology have to pay for the foreskins. We ought to be careful when we accuse these skin regeneration organizations of buying foreskins, or they don't do that. They don't need that many to regenerate on a scaffold new tissue. So don't be accusing those people of buying, or the industry of selling those foreskins, because it doesn't happen.
I'll beg to differ with you there. I think there is a real problem there. I hope that there are technologies that are developing that will allow us to eliminate that process as we develop more bioscaffolding and as bioengineering advances. These tissue products are used for very worthy and very important causes. I don't want to diminish that at all. They are critical in the treatment of burn patients, and have allowed burn patients to, especially people who have suffered burns to the face, to really have a much better outcome and a much better quality of life. But the ends do not justify the means, and there is active research on developing other methods to provide scaffolding and stem cells to allow regenerative medicine.
So Dr. Ross, we got one last comment, over a question.
Oh, I was just responding to that. So it's very easy to find online. You can find many different products that are made from foreskin, and literally buy a vial for $500. Like, you can see hundreds and thousands of products. They make stem cells, they make exosomes, they make tissue medium, and that's used in facial care creams and stuff like that. But there's hundreds of products being made from tissue, and it's technically donated, but obviously people are getting kickbacks somewhere. So it's a very large and very shady industry, and I would hesitate to say that they're not directly tissue harvesting from live infants, because that's, if you research it a lot, that definitely seems to be what they're doing. And it incentivizes them to sell circumcision to parents, because they're also making, even though they're donating, people are making money. It's incredible tissue. There's it's a brand new baby, and it's full of fibroblasts, and there's you can take the placenta, and you can take the the umbilical cord, but the foreskin itself is an amazing two-sided tissue that is absolutely filled with stem cells and fibroblasts and all this growing tissue, because of course it's an inch, but like it's, you know, it has the growth potential to be a place card. So like it's full of life and they want that. So it's definitely something to look into more. Of course.
Thank you. Great.
Well, anyway, thank
Thanks.
you, Dr. Ross. Thank you so much. So our next speaker, our very own fellow board member, Deborah Shagian, also a lawyer, also another member of the Jewish community, like Dr. Ross and myself. Let me just pull up her slide real quick.
Everybody's been Jewish so far.
That's true. We didn't mean to front load that, but we are where we are. I'm not sure how to make the, single page view. Do you want to do something like? I mean, I don't really know how to get this. No, well, I needed a PowerPoint. It was requested.
That's okay. Everyone has a handout, and then we can.
Okay, why don't we just have the Intact Global,
Yeah, click that.
the Intact Coalition? Yeah. What I'll do is just do it like this. Do you want the title of your talk?
It's okay. Don't worry about it. I don't care. Stop.
Okay.
I don't wanna run over.
No, I mean, it'll be okay. Deborah Shagian. What's the title of your talk, Deborah?
Circumcision,
Yeah.
bioethics, and the law.
It's really up to you. It's just when we get too far.
Okay, no problem.
Get too far.
You need to move your laptop though when you're done.
You don't, okay.
Put it on. Oh.
Okay, we do something like that.
Okay.
Hey. Shit. Show up.
Take a bucket. Uh-oh, was that on?
No, it's on. Yeah, you're fine. All right, well, a big round of applause for Deborah. The circumcision, bioethics, and the law. Deborah Shagian, fellow board member. Thank you, Deborah.
Okay. Let's see.
Good afternoon. My name is Deborah Ishagian, and I serve as the Director of Cultural Inclusion at Intact Global. On behalf of my colleagues and the organization as a whole, I would like to thank you all for joining us today. Intact Global is grounded in a deep commitment to inclusivity. In my role as Director of Cultural Inclusion, it is my foremost priority to cultivate an environment in which individuals from all cultural and religious backgrounds feel a genuine sense of welcome, respect, and belonging. It is precisely this commitment that compels us to uphold an unequivocal standard. Intact Global has a zero tolerance policy for anti-Semitism or anti-Semitic rhetoric of any kind. We unequivocally reject all expressions of hate and racism. While the directors of the board reflect a broad spectrum of political perspectives, we are united by a singular transcendent principle, the protection of children, which is inherently bipartisan. So we leave our political differences at the door and remain razor-focused on what matters most, the health and safety and bodily integrity of every child. Our mission is clear and uncompromising. equal protection for all children against forced genital cutting. We are here today standing on the shoulders of dedicated activists who have for years devoted their lives to advancing children's rights and child bodily autonomy. Many of you are here with us today. Your efforts merit not only recognition, but enduring respect, and we are profoundly grateful for your commitment to this cause. As history so often demonstrates, meaningful and lasting change ultimately necessitates the engagement of the legal community. During the civil rights movement, Martin Luther King Jr. stood side by side with attorneys committed to securing equal rights for all, regardless of race. Today, the children's rights movement reflects that same alliance, with intact activists and legal professionals working together to advance the equal rights of every child, regardless of sex. As an attorney, I am deeply honored to stand among those in the legal profession who are dedicated to advancing this important cause. A little bit about myself. I was born in Los Angeles, California. I'm a proud American and also a proud member of the Jewish community. I was raised in a traditional Jewish home. I attended a Jewish day school, and I had a bat mitzvah. All formative experiences that shaped my sense of identity. I'm fortunate to come from a family that has always valued honesty, integrity, and compassion, and from a home where my father always stressed the importance of education, medicine, and scientific advancement. Within the Jewish community, male infant circumcision is widely observed as an important cultural tradition. And like many others, I was exposed to it from an early age and attended numerous ceremonies. As a child, I was told that circumcision is healthier and cleaner and in the best interest of the child's health long term. This is still the current understanding of many of my close friends and family. Fortunately for me, when I discovered the truth about circumcision, that it is not in the best interest of the child's health, my parents were open to my newfound position. My stance against male infant circumcision prompted thoughtful conversations with my parents, in which we engaged seriously with questions about medical evidence, bodily integrity, and religious ideology. While our perspectives initially differed, those discussions ultimately reflected a shared conviction that a child's health and well-being must always remain paramount. I am deeply grateful that my parents approached these conversations with openness and ultimately have been steadfast in their support of me and my advocacy. I would like to take this opportunity to thank my parents, both of whom are here today, for their unwavering support. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to my two brothers, both of whom are practicing physicians, for their support. My older brother has an MD, PhD from Vanderbilt University School of Medicine, and my younger brother is an urgent care doctor, also a graduate of Vanderbilt University's School of Medicine. Finally, I am grateful to my two sister-in-laws as well for their support. I am also pleased to share their reflections that if they had a baby boy today, they would both choose not to circumcise their child. I would now like to turn our attention to the subject of bioethics. What is bioethics and why is it important? As set forth in Justin Bonnier's most recent article published in Bioethics Today, bioethics exists to help us think clearly about difficult medical decisions, especially those decisions that affect individuals who cannot speak for themselves. At its core, bioethics asks a set of enduring questions. Who decides? Who bears the risks? And what obligations do we have to protect those most vulnerable? The 4 core principles in bioethics, also known as the pillars, are autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice. Most medical ethical decisions are guided by these 4 principles. The first principle, autonomy, reflects respect for persons. It is the idea that key decisions about a person's life should, if possible, made by that person rather than anyone else. The second principle, beneficence, is the duty to act in the patient's best interest and take positive steps to do good or promote their well-being. The third principle, non-maleficence, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Non-maleficence is the obligation to do no harm. This requires balancing the benefits of treatment against potential risks. The fourth principle, justice, ensures fairness and equality in the distribution of healthcare resources. Within the context of neonatal circumcision, considerations of bioethics are frequently under-examined and insufficiently integrated into the informed consent process. What you all have in your hands right now, or you should have, is a handout I drafted, which was distributed at the 2025 American Society for Bioethics and Humanities Conference. The handout is called Circumcision, Bioethics, and the Law. This handout was not originally intended to be a handout. It was originally a Facebook post I titled Circumcision Checklist. It was a lighthearted twist on the familiar checklist parents prepare before heading to the hospital for delivery. It was intentionally ironic, highlighting the considerations that are often overlooked when parents are making decisions about circumcision. I would like to use this handout as a guide while exploring the principles of bioethics. First on the list is harm. The harmful effects of circumcision are central to any bioethical analysis, as the principle of non-maleficence requires that potential harm be carefully evaluated and clearly established prior to engaging in a broader ethical discussion. I recognize that as an attorney addressing this topic, my background and perspective differ from that of a physician. However, I believe it is precisely within this interdisciplinary intersection that bioethical analysis is most meaningfully tested. That being said, the most effective way to prove harm is to use the testimony of physicians themselves. The following is a series of statements drawn from 3 different physicians addressing the specific issue of harm. Statement by pediatrician Dr. Paul Fleiss, quote, "Foreskin amputation means severing the rich nerve and network and all the nerve receptors in the foreskin itself. Circumcision almost always damages or destroys the frenulum. Because the membrane covering the permanently externalized glands is now subject to constant abrasion, irritation, it keratinizes, becoming dry and tough. The nerve endings in the glands are now buried by successive layers of keratinization. Circumcision also severs the lymph vessels, and the loss of the protective foreskin leaves the urinary tract vulnerable to invasion by bacterial and viral pathogens." Statement by urologist Dr. Adrian Carmack, quote, "The hundreds of boys I have seen who needed surgery to repair problems caused by their circumcision are real. The men who lost more parts of their penis than the foreskin are real. The thousands of adult men saying they wish they hadn't been cut are real. Not recognizing that circumcision is harmful is either ignorance or denial." Statement by doctors opposing circumcision. Quote, death is the ultimate harm entailed with any surgical procedure. In cases of a true medical necessity, a certain risk of death may be legitimately acceptable to the patient in the overall picture. However, when a surgery is medically unnecessary, elective, non-therapeutic, cosmetic, and undertaken without the consent of the patient, as is virtually always the case with infant circumcision, any risk of death, no matter how small, is unacceptable. End quote. I'd like to move on to the next items on the list, which also relate to non-maleficence. Number 2, unnecessary. There is absolutely no need to surgically modify a healthy newborn baby or child. Number 3, immoral. Amputating healthy body parts or bodily tissue is fundamentally wrong. Number 4, unethical. It is in direct contravention with the Hippocratic Oath to quote unquote, do no harm. Notably, 0% of routine neonatal circumcisions are medically indicated. This means a surgical procedure is being performed on an infant who is not ill. In such cases, the ethical burden shifts significantly. It is no longer enough to demonstrate that a procedure carries some potential benefits. Rather, one must justify why an irreversible intervention is warranted at all in the absence of pathology. From a strictly bioethical standpoint, the Hippocratic Oath to do no harm is not merely a prohibition against catastrophic injury. It encompasses the avoidance of unnecessary bodily intrusion, unnecessary pain, and unnecessary risk. Neonatal circumcision, even when performed under sterile conditions, entails the removal of functional tissue, exposure to procedural pain, and a non-zero risk of complications. These are not hypothetical concerns. They are inherent to the procedure itself. In all other cases of medicine, doctors do not perform prophylactic surgical procedures on healthy infants, based solely on potential future risk reduction, particularly when those risks can be mitigated through less invasive means or addressed if and when they arise. Within the framework of non-maleficence, the threshold for justifying harm is exceptionally high when the patient is vulnerable, the intervention is irreversible, and the indication is non-therapeutic. Statement by Dr. Fleiss, quote, in more than 50 years of pediatric practice, I've never seen a single legitimate reason for foreskin amputation. Never, not one. I think we have been lied to by a lot of people in the medical business, and we politely accepted what they said as facts, end quote. Next on the list is illogical. Excuse me. Illogical. This one speaks for itself. It defies logic to remove a protective layer that protects against infections in order to reduce the likelihood of infections. Make that make sense. Number 6, questionable benefits. The alleged health benefits, if any, are highly contested. In the context of neonatal circumcision, the purported benefits are often framed in terms of risk reduction, decreased incidence of certain infection or diseases over a lifetime. When the baseline risk of a condition is already low, between 1 to 2%, as in the case of UTIs, penile cancer, and transmitted diseases in developed parts of the world, the absolute risk reduction becomes correspondingly small. There is an important distinction between relative and absolute risk reduction. Relative framing can exaggerate clinical significance. The principle of beneficence does not obligate physicians to preemptively remove healthy tissue to guard against low probability or manageable conditions. In most areas of medicine, such an approach would be considered disproportionate. Beneficence is a principle that must be evaluated by weighing benefits against the totality of burdens. And when those benefits are uncertain or contested, as in the case of neonatal circumcision, the core principle of beneficence fails. Perhaps my favorite statement by Dr. Fleiss regarding a physician's role in caring for patients who present no medical indication is the following, quote, "Physicians have a duty to refuse to perform circumcision. They also must educate parents who, out of ignorance or misguidance, request this surgery for their sons. The healthcare professional's obligation is to protect the interest of the child. It is unethical in the extreme to force upon a child an amputation he almost certainly would never have chosen for himself," end quote. Number 7 on the list is no bodily integrity, which deprives the individual child of the right to have one's body whole and intact. Number 8 on the list is no bodily autonomy, deprives the individual child of the right to make free and informed decisions about one's own body. These two relate both to the principle of autonomy and the principle of justice. Respect for patient autonomy, though not directly exercisable by the neonate, does not vanish. It is deferred. Irreversible procedures that are not medically necessary effectively foreclose the individual's future ability to make decisions about their own body. From a justice perspective, permanently removing that choice is inequitable, especially because the quote-unquote procedure is not medically necessary at the time it is performed. This raises a further ethical concern, whether physicians or even parents are justified in making permanent anatomical decisions about a pressing therapeutic imperative. Dr. Anthony Lampert has stated that infant male genital cutting is invariably non-therapeutic and removes functional, erogenous, intimate tissue from people too young to consent or resist. Number 9 on the list is no direct consent. It states proxy consent was never intended to extend to non-therapeutic surgical procedures. As stated again by Dr. Fleiss, the concept of informed parental permission allows for medical interventions in situations of clear and immediate medical necessity only, such as disease, trauma, or deformity. The human penis in its normal, uncircumcised state satisfies none of these requirements, end quote. Number 10 on the list, violation of the Equal Protection Clause, U.S. Constitution. Female children are protected from female genital mutilation, but male and intersex children are not. This directly relates to the principle of justice. Justice asks whether similarly situated individuals are treated alike under moral and legal standards. From a justice standpoint, this raises the question, can two non-consenting minors be treated differently under the law when both are subjected to non-therapeutic genital alteration? If the ethical justification rests on harm prevention and autonomy, justice demands a consistent application of standards, regardless of sex. From a legal perspective, the fact that female children are protected from forced genital cutting, but male and intersex children are not, in my opinion, is a clear violation of the Equal Protection Clause. Both the US Constitution and many states have anti-FGM laws. These laws are inherently gender specific. Although well-intentioned to protect female children from forced genital cutting, the laws explicitly exclude male and intersex children. In order to equally protect all children from forced genital cutting, these laws must be expanded so that all children are protected equally, regardless of sex. While the legal and bioethical debates will undoubtedly continue for the foreseeable future, one thing's for certain. Physicians who perform neonatal circumcision will go down in history as the biggest disgrace to the field of medicine. Equal protection under the law is a fundamental principle in the American justice system, and it must apply to adults and children alike. The good news is times are changing. And what do I mean by that? First, as we know, Intact Global has filed the first case of its kind challenging the constitutionality of Oregon's anti-FGM laws. This is historic in and of itself. But there is more. Recently, as many of you already know, 2 former members of the American Academy of Pediatrics, both of these doctors were instrumental in drafting the AAP's circumcision policy statement, have publicly retracted their statements. This is huge. By these doctors publicly admitting they were wrong, it opens the door for more meaningful discussions in the medical community regarding not only the ethical considerations regarding neonatal circumcision, but also the harmful effects that no one wants to talk about. It allows for more positive discourse between practitioners and parents. In the end, there is only one truth. Physicians have an affirmative duty to refuse to perform neonatal circumcisions. Thank you. Eric, where are you at? Questions? Yeah, I have 5 minutes. I have a stopwatch, Eric.
Good. Well, that's good. So do I. Any questions or comments for Deborah? Deborah Shagian. Well, another round of applause for Deborah. Good. Thank you. And we're going to have some lunch. I think people are hungry, so.
Yes, I heard questions. That's right.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so lunch is now served. We had a great line of speakers in the morning. We're very grateful, and we have a great line of speakers in the afternoon before the gala. If we could orderly do lunch, maybe start coming up. I don't think I'm going to call tables. Just, start on this side, it looks like, and then work your way to the left, right? And we will reconvene at 1:30 p.m. So you got about 50 minutes, right? And there's also adjacent lunch places as well, but we got some great caterers, and if there's something you're really jonesing for, you got 50 minutes. So we'll see you all, and if you're on the live stream, we'll be back in at 1:30 p.m. Pacific time. All right, thank you. Thank you, Deborah.
And what's the deal with your how which buttons are you doing? Advanced slides and
let me ask Jared. Jared,
like different voice pitches. So I mean, with Penny yesterday and the other day, like they were all fine. I think we leveled it out for her voice, but not for like the pitches.
You're doing great.
Yeah.
How's your work?
I need help. Turn down.
I don't know where the clicker is. I have a backup clicker though.
Oh, okay. So which one advances?
The one that says the big
Oh,
next.
it's the advance button, of course.
Yeah.
But what about when I get to a slide where I want to start the embedded file playing? Would it also be the...
Well, probably. Let's take a look, right?
Okay.
So you, Tim, Laauo is next.
Right.
Beef Peter. I got to make sure all these. All right.
Is this a touch screen, by the way?
It is.
Okay.
But I've already.
Oh, okay.
Put,
You're
put it in
clicking through
presentation mode. So.
Okay. So what I see on the screen will be what's up there.
There you
Okay,
go.
got it.
Did I give you the clicker, Ellie? Probably not. I didn't think so.
Not the next one. That one. So when I scroll
You can
over it,
go like this.
oh, just use the touchpad.
Yeah, but you might have to speak with Ellie on how to get this.
The volume.
Yeah, I don't know if we have. I don't know if we have an audio speaker. Hey, Ellie. What's that, Ellie?
Yeah. On two of my slides, I have embedded MP4 and MP3 files. If I play this, will the audio come through over the speakers?
I don't think so. But that's
A Nate
that's
question.
an 8 question.
That's
not
not
a
Nate.
question.
Oh, okay, great, thank you. When you first mentioned this to me, I said, that boy's getting in over his head, trying to do the lawsuits and then this. It came over.
I did. Oh, so Nate, this is Tim, our next presenter. Nate, the sound master. So we have some audio on this computer. Do you know if it might be able to play it or no? Or maybe an external speaker we just link to, like Bluetooth? Because then we could do that and just put it here. And just have it blast out.
So I do have, is it USB-C?
Yes.
Yeah, I have an embedded video and audio file, and then the next slide is
This
an
has a
embedded
USB-C.
MP3.
Got it. Is there an MP3 port?
Like an audio jack?
Yeah.
Yeah, right there.
Will you need this computer up here with you?
It's like, I guess so, yeah. Because I need to know where I am in the presentation unless I'm constantly looking over there. Sorry to make this so complex.
Really busting my balls too.
I know, but this will be great because this is the first time you've seen this video.
That's great.
Yeah. I learned how to do captioning because Elliot, when he said it's going to cost so many thousands more to do it, I said, I'll teach myself.
So I actually plugged in with it with the laptop. That's what I can see. It would work on that.
You would just
use that. See if I have some sort of extension. How long can I? Until
45 minutes.
Okay. Let me figure something out.
Thank you.
Okay, well, anyway, we know that others. So when you get to the video, you have to go in and click it, right?
Yeah.
And then when you get to the sound,
I need to click
you have to go
that.
in and click it.
Right. That's my little icon that starts the audio. Right there.
There you go. And I think it's playing. It is playing.
It is playing because the pause button is
Yeah.
there. We just can't hear it, I guess.
Okay. So everything's working. It's just we just need the sound now.
So advance with this and click with the mouse
Yeah.
to start it.
And this is back, forward, back.
Okay. And do I worry about that one?
No, this is a laser pointer.
Oh, that's what it was. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to use that.
Well, yeah, and I would love to find my other Logitech, whatever. But I'll figure it out.
Okay.
But let Nate do his thing.
Okay.
Here's the clicker.
Good. I'm all set then. Thank you.
Okay.
Page 7. Oh. Where's Peter? Peter. You got me, Dwayne and Sammer. for this.
Legitimizing house
Hammer.
lawsuits, how we can win. Peter
Oh,
Hammond.
you're totally right.
Yeah,
You're always right. Must get tiring.
it's my bird.
Yeah. He is after Laauo or before Laauo? So
He's after Leaf.
he's after Leaf, and Leaf
10.
is 8, so that's 9. And then I don't have Dwayne. Is that in the shared drive?
Dwayne, so you don't have it?
No.
Okay, I'll make sure it's on the shared drive.
Okay.
I'll look for it. Okay, I'll find that and get it on
Okay.
there.
You got a couple hours. But...
Okay, it's time to start.
Okay, we'll be starting in about 1 or 2 minutes. If you could all take your seats.
I know. I don't think so either.
Now you're ready.
What?
Okay, well, if everyone could take their seats, we'll be starting in about 1 to 2 minutes.
We're on the live stream.
You're on the live stream, John. This is event number 1.
What's that device? Oh, clever. I like the redundancies. The true professional. Louder. We have a use for that.
All right, well, thank you all for joining and on the live stream as well and watching afterwards. We're Intact Global's 2nd annual conference in downtown Los Angeles in our new home in the historic dance hall. And so we've had a great morning of speakers, doctors, lawyers, board members, other leaders of the movement. We're going to continue with part 2 of day 1, right? And our lead speaker after lunch is going to be the president and executive director of GALDEF, commonly mistaken for Gandalf, the Genital, Autonomy, Legal Defense, and Education Fund. So let's get a big round of applause for Tim Hammond.
Well, thank you all, and thank you, Eric and Justin, Ellie, and the whole Intact Global team who's put together this wonderful conference. It's great to see some old faces and a lot of new faces. So I'm really pleased to give you this progress report about what GALDEF has been doing since our last presentation in Portland in March of 2025. So I'm going to move quickly through these slides because I really want to get to the meat and potatoes, so to speak, of our embedded videos here that I know you're all going to be anxious to see. Our first accomplishment and major accomplishment was we were accepted for membership in the World Association for Sexual Health at their conference in Brisbane, Australia last year, in which Dr. Leif Thompson and I were present. And this is a big deal because they are one of the most influential sexological organizations in the world. that not only are influential, but they've issued several declarations on sexual rights, sexual justice, sexual pleasure. And it's our intention as members of WAS to join and provide input to the various committees that they have there, to influence them so that they can carry this forward to organizations like the United Nations and the WHO. So that's one of our major accomplishments in the past year. Also, our individual board members have accomplished a great deal in the past year. Our Vice President, Matt Goodwin, and myself and Leif Thompson have done a research survey of hospitals in the Northeast region of the United States as to what their infant circumcision consent forms look like. And as you can imagine, they're atrocious. This survey was funded by Intaction, so we appreciate the funding that we got from Anthony Los Cuadro and Intaction to make this survey possible. This survey reached out to 100 hospitals. 20 declined to participate and share their forms. 17 did not reply. So this survey is based on 63 consent forms, and I'm happy to report that this manuscript has been accepted for publication in the BMJ Practical Bioethics Journal. And this article will be published in a couple months. It always, as anybody who's gotten published, they know there's a long lead time on this. But anyway, the lack of information was astounding. Some hospitals are using just generic surgical consent forms in which it says, I consent to blank line, and somebody writes in circumcision. No other information about the surgery. Others, interestingly enough, as Dr. Ross referred to earlier, do have clauses that parents, they're coerced basically into checking the box to say, yes, I agree to allow the surgical removal of this tissue to be used for research purposes, with no definition of what research really means, and no knowledge on the part of the parents that they're actually consenting to the donation of that tissue for commercial purposes, which this can lead into all kinds of court cases about medical fraud, intentional constructive fraud. So this is a big deal, and so we're very eager to see this published. One other important thing about this consent survey was one hospital in New Hampshire has something in their consent forms which I've never seen. I've been involved in this movement since 1989. I've never seen a consent form state the following: I agree that if my son should contest this later in life, I will hold the hospital harmless. So basically it means mom and dad, or mom and dad, whatever, this is on you. And I've been told by attorneys like Eric that this is not something that the hospitals can really do legally. They can't absolve themselves of liability. So we'll be mentioning that as soon as it becomes available. Another of our board members, Dan McClymont, was published recently in the Free Inquiry Journal, which is the journal of secular humanists, I believe, in the United States. And he did an interview with Patricia Robinette. Many of you know her as the author of The Rape of Innocence. She was subjected to a form of female genital mutilation. And she stands in solidarity with us in opposing also penile circumcision. So the interesting thing about this article is it's already received some pushback from people who submitted counter views, and we're already working on our response to those counter views. So we'll let you know when that gets published. Dr. Leif Thompson
has been also actively involved as a board member in offering peer support along with Dan Stranjord, in Discord and Reddit groups. So he's been working with these circumcision sufferers. This augments the work that Intact America is doing with their therapist program and what 15 Square is doing in the UK to finally begin offering mental health support services to circumcision sufferers. A side thing that I think Leif is going to talk about also is we're talking about forming a group of Jews who oppose circumcision or are in favor of genital autonomy as a way to respond politically when our colleagues in Europe like Iceland, Germany, Denmark have stepped forward to try to protect boys from genital cutting. Unfortunately, some members of the Jewish community and the institutions like the World Jewish Congress and the rabbinical councils have spoken out against us, and the media sort of gloms onto that. Well, this group will serve as a political voice to say, not all Jews think alike on this thing, and you don't always represent us. So this is another possibility that GALDEF board members are working on. We are also working with Kevin Barrett in Perth, Australia, from the Circumcision Law Reform Group. This man has single-handedly confronted medical associations, websites, clinics, and so forth that cite the AAP 2012 policy and say, hey, do you know this is expired? You're committing fraud by promoting this on your website. So he's had a great number of victories in getting websites and clinics to change what they're saying about circumcision. So we're proud to be working with Kevin on that. Also, we are working to try to help Intact Global as much as possible by changing our website. At the GALDEF website, we have a special page for the equal protection lawsuit. So to increase search engine optimization, we've worked with Louise Troy, who used to be with 15 Square in the UK. She's now in Australia. And she's advised us how we can improve our website so that it comes up higher on SEO when somebody types in how to sue my circumciser or circumcision lawsuit. So we're working with Intact Global to try to drive more plaintiffs to the organization. We also have been proud to offer financial support to other organizations in the movement. Georgin alluded earlier to the fact that we need to be working together strategically. Well, last year, we were very proud to offer a sponsorship at the $5,000 level for the Skin in the Game Awards ceremony that honored Alan Cumming last year. Now, lest you think we're giving all our money away to other organizations, the GALDEF board made a policy decision early on to sequester 80% of every donation into a special litigation fund, which means we keep 20% for operating expenses. 80% goes into a special fund for litigation purposes, so that when strategic litigation comes up, we are going to be prepared to fund those cases. Right now, since 2022, when GALDEF was funded, we have set aside $90,000 for impact litigation. Now, this may sound like a lot of money, but as others in this room, the attorneys certainly know this, a single case can be $150,000 or more. So it's kind of a drop in the bucket, but we're proud that we're setting this money aside so that when the money is needed, we'll be able to help. We also have produced new materials for public education, one of which is this brochure, which you found in your gift packet, and there's extra copies on the display table. This is a landmark brochure in that it reframes the discussion away from benefits and risks to really get the public at large, but also parents, to realize there are longer term perspectives that they need to look at. They are basically making a sexual decision for their son when they authorize the removal of the foreskin. And our brochure goes into great detail about what parents need to start thinking about before they even get to the hospital and are solicited up to 8 times, as Intact America says, for this unnecessary surgery. This is the inside of the brochure. And I think our crowning achievement in the past year, thanks to donors, some of whom are in this room, donated to the creation of 2 videos. One is an attorney training video to begin to educate attorneys who might have some inkling that this is wrong, or maybe not know how to get involved in the issue, maybe want to get better educated. So I'm proud to say that with the help of Eliyahu and his video skills, we've created 2 videos. The first one for attorneys is called Circumcision of Healthy Unconsenting Minors, Strategies to Identify and Eliminate Legal Bias in Impact Litigation. I'm proud to say that GALDEF was able to secure continuing legal education credits from the California Bar Association so that attorneys who want to access this can do so. They can get continuing legal education credits, access the video, and they will get a training certificate upon completion, and they will have access to a 52-page PDF supplemental study guide that will help them. That video is behind a paywall that attorneys will have to pay $79 to get access to, but I think it makes a landmark in trying to educate attorneys on this subject. Part of our outreach to attorneys is to encourage them to join the Cooperating Attorneys Network, which is basically a network to have attorneys who care about this subject brainstorm together and realize they're not alone. They're not standing out there alone. And I think that's an important aspect. I know that was an important aspect to have in the early gay rights movement, to bring the lawyers together to begin to brainstorm and strategize on this subject. We also have a 90-minute plaintiff education video, which is on this flyer here that's in your gift packet. The video is on YouTube, on GALDEF's YouTube channel, and this QR code will take you to that. There's also a URL there. But it's really a how-to video to answer a lot of questions from people who say, well, I want to sue. Well, what do you need to do? What do you need to learn before you're going to file a lawsuit? And this is interviews with Eric Klopper and David Llewellyn. And it's something that I'm going to show you a clip from in a moment here. But it's, I think, going to be a fundamental education for millions of people who are considering themselves to be circumcision sufferers and who want to do something about it. So that video is called Vital Information for Circumcised Plaintiffs Wanting to File Impact Litigation. And I have an excerpt here that's about 10 minutes, and I'm going to play it for you right now. We're having an audio issue.
So, do you know where in the video it starts?
Oh, so it's at the very beginning. This is.
So this is like the 90-minute one.
Oh, this is the 90-minute video.
Do you know which part it's
like 1 hour 5 minutes. It's right.
It's like towards the end.
It's
1 hour and 5.
It's with the. No, it's before the reading. Sorry, folks.
All right. It's a potential plaintiffs.
Potential plaintiffs.
Where's
Yeah.
the potential plaintiffs?
It's like 1 hour, I think.
1 hour in.
I think it is. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was able to get the 90-minute video, but
Okay.
where should I start from? Statute of
It's after
limitations.
statute of limitations. I thought it was 1 hour and 5 minutes.
Just and all that, and you can make an exclusion, you can make no exclusion. There's a whole body of law on how religion is.
There we go. Sorry. Thanks for your patience.
Let's talk a little bit about the types of persons who would make ideal plaintiffs in filing impact litigation. Perhaps the largest class of plaintiffs would be those born with typical male genitalia and who identify as male.
So to play it on here, though, you have to play them at the same time.
Males. But among others, they're subjected to newborn female circumcision.
He's further ahead than the video of this. Needs to be brought back to the beginning.
Or reproductive sex characteristics, but nonetheless have typical male genitalia.
Oh, there you go.
There are also transgender females born with typical male genitalia, and the excision of their penile foreskin can adversely impact the outcome of gender-affirming vaginoplasty. Would individuals from these communities
The video needs to go forward a little more.
impact litigation to protect children's genital autonomy?
Well, of course. And I know we haven't heard intersex individuals speak.
He's a little further ahead in the video of this. I'm
There's nothing that comes to them, and they just live as they live as intersex individuals.
We go.
Certainly, of course, removing the foreskin of an individual who then decides that they are actually, let's say, it's an individual born with male genitalia who transitions to female as an infant. This is done to an infant. Circumcision was done to an infant who had no idea which way the child is going to go, whether they're going to be cisgender or whether they want to transition to another gender. Whether or not they gay, you just don't know. Do I think all of these individuals have the same rights as any other cisgender male to complain and to bring lawsuits? Yes, I do.
Well, absolutely. So talking about the equal protection theory that we discussed earlier, it's if you're going to protect females from genital cutting, you have to protect all children equally. Well, that all children equally includes males, but also includes intersex, right? Or any infant who may later identify as trans female, right? Because anyone who's born and assigned female at birth, saying, oh, this is female from the hospital, they're protected from either law. And they can't have their gender stuff without urgent medical need, right? So I'm thinking intersex plaintiff, so someone who is intersex, who's had their genitals modified for cultural reasons or aesthetic reasons, would be an excellent impact plaintiff, because in some parts of the country, male genital cutting is still normalized, but intersex genital cutting is widely regarded as something that we move beyond, right? So an intersex plaintiff might even have a higher chance of success as an impact litigant. Ideally, you would have plaintiffs who have been harmed from male genital cutting and intersex genital cutting, and if the person who was harmed by the genital cutting later identifies as trans female, well, they can be a plaintiff as well, right? I don't see anything different with that, except that it may garner more attention just because it's interesting.
I've heard that oftentimes the plaintiffs get dismissed for lack of standing because the court decides, oh, you're already circumcised, there's no redress, there's nothing you can do to help you. What do you think would be an effective response to the court to impress upon them that, yes, these people were harmed and they do have standing because of that harm?
If you want to show the harm, you're going to do it just as though we're doing one of these cases to prevent the child from being circumcised. And what you have to do is you have to show the court that this is harmful and damaging.
So to support a plaintiff's claim of harm in a court of law, what kinds of documentation would you suggest the plaintiff obtain for their case?
So I want to see the first pictures of the child before the circumcision, any picture of the penis before the circumcision. Then, of course, I want to see every picture afterwards. So we want to get the records from the birth, from the circumcision itself. You want to then get all the other medical records up to the time you bring the lawsuit.
So in terms of particularly an older adolescent who becomes aware of their harm and they're waiting for age 18 so they can hopefully bring a case, what kind of professionals do you think they should be consulting with in order to help create a file to document their harm that's ready to go when they launch the suit?
I'll emphasize, there are not many states left where a child can bring a malpractice action after the age of 18. There are a few. Most of the states have done away with that, probably because of lobbying of the medical profession. If you are in a state where you can bring it after the age of 18 and you discover it, you need the same sort of photographs, you need the same sort of, you need all of the records from birth on, if they're still available.
We just need your attestation that, hey, I was harmed from my circumcision, and whatever other information you want to provide me would be enough. Oh, I feel aggrieved. I feel like I'm treated lesser than. I feel like I have some issues of hypersensitivity and sensitivity, sexual problems. You get into the details or not. Now, how much detail or supporting documents we need depends on what the defense does. And so if the defense counsel is not arguing that you are harmed, then they may just accept as fact for the purpose of this lawsuit that you're suffering sexual difficulties, right? But if the defense does not concede that, then you may need to get records from a therapist or a counselor or a urologist, or maybe medical records. So it really depends what the contested facts are in litigation. And if you get that ahead of time, well, it can only help.
So would you be suggesting that potential plaintiffs seek out urologist opinion, psychiatrists or psychologists, maybe a sex therapist, that can document from their records that yes, this potential plaintiff I've been seeing since such and such a date, and this is what I've noted is the presenting and the actual problem of this plaintiff faces.
I think that would be helpful, yeah. I mean, the United States is a general claim culture, and so a lot of professionals are raised in general claim cultures and kind of one way on those stuff. And so although the vast majority of doctors in the world advise against circumcision, do not do it, if your doctor was circumcised and grew up with circumcising culture, he or she might be supportive of it, right? But a doctor who knows what's going on and how it works together with the rest of the penis to function, I think would be a good person to talk to actually document the harm. And so you want to collect what evidence might be helpful to prove whatever your claims may be.
If you are really disturbed and upset, then you want to consult a counselor of some sort, preferably a psychiatrist or psychologist, who can document the psychological harm that you're suffering. You're going to need to differentiate between that harm and then the other psychological issues you may have. You may not want to put your whole psychological history out there, because once you hire a professional to deal with you psychologically, you're going to use that as evidence. The defense is going to have a right to find out everything else and find out you psychologically. You may or may not want that to happen, but you need to know that's a risk. But if I were, if a young man was truly distressed, and there are, we know there was a young man who was English and came to Canada, and phimosis to the middle of his back foreskin was only the option of circumcision, and the circumcision, and the way he physically felt was so painful. I don't, because we don't really know whether or not he took off too much chance to the doctor. But I expect that's what happened. He found it very painful, eventually took his own life.
And suicide is not something that's that rare in terms of people who suffer from circumcision. The people in the genital autonomy movement have said repeatedly, and they have lists of names of young men who've taken their lives because of this.
That's one thing the parents need to think about. You never know how a child is going to react to things you agree to them. And it is unfortunate that people say, well, it must have been something else. Not necessarily. There are people who are genuinely distressed and have every right to be. And yes, unfortunately, sometimes that leads to suicides. You know, if your son says, I am stressed at these circumstances, take him seriously. And even if you agree to it, for heaven's sakes, take it seriously and listen to the child, because there's nothing worse. I've heard on the internet where parents have laughed at the child or the young man. And this is nothing more devastating, because indeed, they have every right to be upset at having lost something that need to be empathized with, not made fun of or belittled.
And of course, it affects the interpersonal relationship with partners, with family members, and so forth. So get broad documentation as you can about the various ways in which you've been harmed.
Absolutely. I think that's good advice. I also think it's just like good advice for your own mental health. Okay? I mean, look, bad things happen to everybody in life. And to a certain extent, to the extent you can adjust to it, you need to. And so all the help that you can get is important. Probably going to a urologist in life, I'll be honest with you, many urologists do not understand the female systematic growth. They just don't. And in fact, there's a new study out for Spain, a new anatomical study on a number of cadaver penises that are describing things that have only been hinted at before. We really don't know the full anatomy and function of the human penis yet. That may be surprising to people, but it's really true. What we have discovered over the last 30 or 40 years is how highly innovative and filled with nerve endings the foreskin is, and its important sexual function. Unfortunately, the American medical community is actually, I think, trying to ignore this rather than embrace it.
Okay. Oops. Didn't mean to start that. Okay, so this is the video. It's available on YouTube. I'm going to ignore this slide here, but also make a personal appeal as someone who realizes that in the 1970s, the early gay rights movement had the same problem that this movement has currently. Nobody knew any gay people, so they didn't understand what the problems were. So my appeal to you is, as we say in our brochure, some people say they never heard a man complain about being circumcised. I'm sure you've all heard that. To remedy that, we need to have intact men speaking out. We need to have circumcision sufferers speaking out. We need to have the people who love and care about them speaking out. So in order to realize the same kind of progress that the gay movement has experienced in the past 50 years, we need to come out, come out, come out. Thank you.
Well, Tim, as a thank you for being a speaker at this year's conference.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tim.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much, Tim Hammond. Another round of applause, President of GALDEF. Very important organization. And so just a few quick announcements I should have made after lunch is there is a door code, and I'm not going to live stream it, right? So if you leave and you need to come back, ask your neighbor what the code is. But, and then also we have some merchandise, right, at the front door. So make sure you pick up your Intact Global swag. I know Intact America is giving literature and books out or selling them, as is GALDEF. And finally, there is, this weekend is definitely about learning and connecting and networking and moving things forward. And there are some attendees who may have been gifted a pass or have a promo code. It'd be helpful if maybe a donation kind of to offset that cost to kind of make sure we're all moving forward. Because a big part of this movement is funding the initiatives that GALDEF helps, and Intact Global and Intact America, and Attorneys for the Rights of the Child, Bloodstained Men, you name it. So anyway, without further ado, I want to introduce one of the celebrities of the movement we all know, right? So could we give a big round of applause for Ron Laauo, please? And this is the next in the back button. Thank you.
Show me again.
So this is next and this is back.
And there's a pointer function here?
Well, that's the laser. But if you want to use the other fancier laser,
Oh, laser.
yeah, you can.
Does that also have a forward and a back?
Yes, it does. This
Yeah,
one's
use
actually
it.
better, yeah.
Sorry, technical workshop.
Yeah. There you go. And will you highlight on that side?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
And just more tech. Let's see if something happens here when I do this. Where'd it go? Okay. Oops. See, we didn't have a, what do you call it, a dress rehearsal. Okay, so there's no audio on my slide. I'm a little miffed about that. Did I do something wrong? Okay. Let's not worry about it. The audio was some beautiful music to accompany my singing. I will sing a cappella. Hello. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your patience. I'm Ron Laauo, and if you know what, there's one other thing I got to fix technical-wise. I'll start again in a second. This is killing me. Okay, I can read that. All right, sorry. Dress rehearsal would have been great. I'm Ron Laauo, and if you think I'm a celebrity, it's because you heard that I invented the TLC Tugger, the foreskin restoration device. And I sold that for 20 years, my wife and I. And I actually get recognized on account of that. Sometimes here in Los Angeles, over at Edinburgh Fringe Festival, where I spent last August, I was getting recognized because they were just then running How To with John Wilson on the BBC, and I was in that. So we retired from selling TLC Tuggers in 2024, and I just wanted to tell you about what I've been up to since then. And by the way, it's an honor to follow Tim. The work that I did here depends a lot on all the work he's done over the years, so thank you, Tim. So as background, I've always been of the mind that there's an audience for every sort of intactivist message and messenger. People who feel like victims are going to identify with people who represent themselves as victims. Parents probably want to hear from other parents. Patrons of the arts might be impressed by an artist. And I really like Brendan Marota's thesis, which is we could be wasting our time if we're focusing on the hardcore cutters on one end of the bell curve, or the people who are here today and who show up at the west lawn of the Capitol on the other end of the bell curve. We should be maybe best devoting our time to reaching the good-hearted, fair-minded folks who just never gave this much thought. I think that's really ripe fruit for us. And I've also always been impressed with the idea that people don't do a whole lot of, learning from people who are yelling at them. So I try to smile when I do my work. So as a retiree in 2024, I convinced myself that I could be maybe the most effective intactivist going forward if I pursued my passions. Passionate people might identify with me. And the outlet for my passion that had been on hold for a long time was songwriting and musical performance, believe it or not. And so this photo, spoiler alert, jumping ahead a little bit, is my first ever ticketed performance for people. This is at Edinburgh Fringe Festival last summer. I was doing a dark comedy I called The Foreskin Diaries. And when I say dark comedy, it's because I wanted to wedge that into a festival. They're looking for stuff like that. They're not looking for lectures from people that are real sober. But to back up, that was 2025. In 2024, we had already decided by February that we were gonna sell the business, but we hadn't even identified who was going to take it over yet. And at about that time, I get a call from a guy in New York City. He says, come on out and give a little talk. You love to talk. I can tell by what you've done on YouTube and whatever. I saw you on TV. And so he's going to have an event called Medicon, an evening of alternative medicine ideas interspersed with music for the young folks. So we hope to attract a young audience to hear some interesting new ideas. He had seen me on HBO and YouTube, and he figured I could probably fill a half hour of talking plus music, 50-50. He said, because some of his acts had canceled, he needed some content. So with just 5 days to prepare, I came up with what I thought was a very compelling talk and musical slideshow. I get there and the venue's only got about 200 people in it, but I'm the headliner, I find out. And the doctors, the actual doctors had all canceled. So these people in the back in their white coats were comedians he hired to read scripts he created, skits. When I finally took the stage, I was wearing my familiar foreskin feels really good intactivist shirt. And on my lower half, just the tugging jock with my restoration device. And so to keep things light, I started out in the back of the room and worked my way through the crowd. Naked guy coming through, excuse me. And I get to the stage and I put on a talk and I had so much fun. These people were so kind. Most of them had seen me on the HBO show. They were singing along with my parody lyrics that I projected on the screen. Some of them even tried to sing to the original songs that I did. But notice this is the same slide I showed a second ago. That is to say, when I accepted the invitation, I told the guy, my one condition, get a good video of my talk. I got one still photograph, and this is it. But that night, my big closer was my parody to Bruce Springsteen's Born to Run. I've been doing this in karaoke bars since 2006. So I was hoping to reenact this with you folks singing along to the slide the way they did that night. Oh well. But here are the lyrics. Let's see if it plays. Oh. Every day a perfect baby is born, his parents' little bundle of joy. By nightfall, butchers line up to cut him and make him less of a boy. Strapped to a circumstraint, peeling his tender glands, crushing his frenulum, and sending him home with a scar. Whoa, that baby's cries could rip the heart from your chest, but it's not a done deal. We gotta do our best. We gotta save what he'll never get back, 'cause he's just like us. Babies are all born intact. There you go. Anyway, what a great time to have people singing along with me. I was hoping to get that warm feeling just now, but since we didn't have the backing track, I didn't think it was gonna work. So once I got home from that Medicon speech, at that point, the Edinburgh Fringe Festival was just a few months away. And I could have started looking forward to it, except that would have been foolish because it takes like a year to apply and stuff. So I started preparing for the following year's Edinburgh Fringe. I made it my full-time job, 9 to 5, which is actually less hours than I was putting in when I was running TLC Tugger. So as I'm developing the show content, I knew there would be a lot that I wanted to say that probably wouldn't fit. I had to be very selective. And if the show was going to be 50% songs, my priority was going to be to include those aspects of our message that aren't commonly heard. Maybe because they're tricky to explain, or they don't belong on the front page of the newspaper, or maybe just the other people who happen to get interviewed in our movement don't have the same priorities I have. I don't know. You don't usually see Dr. Guido's banana. You usually see a more sterile, happy banana. So there's misrepresentation going on. I was hoping to correct that. Before I was even done writing the show, it was already time to apply because I dilly-dallied a little bit. And but based on a video of me doing one of the songs that I'd written and a description of what I had in mind, a promoter called Laughing Horse offered me a 1-hour slot in a 30-seat room, which you can do the math real quick and say, there's absolutely no way you're breaking even if you sold out. They can pay what they want over there. That's what they call the pay what you can model. If everybody paid at the highest bracket, I'd still lose a lot of money, but that was all right. I was just really eager to see where this took me. And one disappointing thing about that 30-seat room is accessible rooms are very rare over there. The city's full of cobblestones. They just don't expect people in wheelchairs to even try to navigate life in Edinburgh. So I was disappointed I didn't get offered an accessible room, but I was told beginners can't be choosers. And let's see if I can get this. Oh, look at that. But anyway, I was very honored to get his offer at all and to accept it. I had written 13 total songs, but I had already cut 4 of them because I was hoping to get it down to 1 hour 15. And that was the time slot I asked for. When I was only offered an hour, I had to do even more cutting. And I had to sort of plow through the talk kind of fast, like you hear how fast I talk. And I probably did me a big favor because I didn't want audiences squirming in their seats by the end, getting bored. If they're squirming, I want it to be because I made them uncomfortable about what they did to their child or whatever. So I get to Fringe, and this is a dream come true for me, that I get to spend 3.5 weeks evangelizing our message. And so my 24/7 job was really just spreading the word. I checked into my hostel, and then I fetched my leaflets and my CDs and my t-shirts that I had produced over there so I wouldn't have to import them. And my job during the day was to head out to the Royal Mile in a conspicuous costume. This is just a few blocks from my venue, and leaflet people. Say, hey, come to my show. Everybody's out there doing it. A lot of the artists hire people to leaflet for them, and they're completely without passion, these hired people. I was out there selling my own show, like a lot of them do, and I had a lot of great conversations. And this picture, by the way, is my family, this second one. They showed up for the last weekend. I was tickled to have them with me. They're posing next to the poster that I paid to have mounted to the building where I was performing. And here's me actually performing with this instrument called a harpeggi. Oh, I'm putting the wrong button. I don't know. It's called a harpeggi. It has 16 strings on it. And as a drummer, I never stood a chance of ever sounding like an electric guitarist until this thing was invented. And you can talk to me later if you're curious about how it works. But people would show up to my show, and some of them would stick around and want to talk to me afterward. So we'd be outside, I'm packing up my gear, and they approach me crying sometimes. And luckily, I was able to refer those people to 15 Square. Some were crying because of harm they had done to their own child. One lady was crying because she had lost her baby and husband in an accident 20 years prior, and I sing a lullaby in the show, and that was just too much for her when she heard me singing a lullaby. You never know how you're going to impact people. But some of them weren't crying. They just wanted to talk and say hi. Only a few ever walked out mid-show. Unfortunately, 2 of the people that walked out, the audience that night was only 3 total. The lady who remained, oh, bless her heart, she allowed me to keep going. It was like my 3rd night there. I thought, oh no, it's getting worse and worse. But anyway, she stuck it out to the end. So let's talk about the show specifically. The whole point for me doing a musical was to trick people to accept an invitation to hear my message. People who would otherwise never be accepting an invitation to a sober lecture, right? So you turn it into a funny, dark comedy musical. And when I was out leafleting, getting people in, I would turn heads by saying things like, hey, you'll love my sing-along TED Talk. And they go, oh, what's that? I've never heard such a thing. Or a reviewer said it changed her life. Whoa, that turned heads. In fact, it was true. On the very first night, the most famous, she'll tell you this anyway, she's the most famous Fringe comedy reviewer named Kate Copstick. And she showed up on my first show because of the strength of this joke on the leaflet that says, it looks like it's a review, but it says, easily 7 or 8 more songs than the Vagina Monologues, as if that's something to brag about. And so she thought that was funny. She saw it on the poster, I guess, actually. So she has me on her podcast the following night. And she indeed explained how it changed her life. And that's because she went to law school. She dated mostly Jewish men who were also at the law school. And her whole life, she's in her 70s now, she spent it thinking that the circumcised penis was the default, and she's probably rejected people and offended people without even knowing it and this kind of thing. So she's, if only I'd known, this would have changed my life. So from then on, I would always say, caution, life-changing show. And people say, caution, why are you cautioning me about your show? But this is me on the patio just outside my performing room, leafleting like the tables in the bar. Imagine you're sitting in a bar just trying to have a drink, and some guy comes up and tries to explain why you should go to his show, which is just upstairs. And so I'd have these longer form conversations in that context. And my message for those folks was, I promise you will leave energized to change the world for the better. And this is the sort of thing that somebody who's spent the money to go to Fringe is really looking for. I convinced myself anyway. So one night I even got a whole swing choir to attend. They were sitting there having drinks together. So now I'm going to skim the topics that I chose to include in the show. It starts with a couple 2-minute readings from Lindsay Watson's compilation, Unspeakable Mutilations, Circumcised Men Speak Out. And this is during a pre-recorded, like a countdown clock during the 10 minutes before the show actually starts. And suddenly a recorded voice would say, a reading from the Book of Mutilations, chapter 56. Like you might hear at Easter services, right? And then those slides were interspersed with pithy little like bumper sticker slogans. The doctor promised my son wouldn't feel a thing. I thought he meant during the procedure, not 30 years later. And then the countdown is ticking away, and I'm strapping on all my things and getting ready because, I only had 15 minutes to haul all my stuff in, connect it without a sound check, and then just go. It's like a pit crew. So then the show bursts open with me in my kilt. We're in a kilt. My tugging device is hanging out for all to see, and all the lyrics are on the screen, and there's musical notes with some of the lyrics during the choruses, so people know when they're supposed to sing along. By the second or third chorus, you can sing along even to a song you're just hearing for the first time. I give an introduction to restoration. Pardon me, I should have warned you about the graphical stuff. Okay, and how my own device inventing career started from my personal sexual frustrations. And then I sing a song called I Want to Help You Restore. And then I discuss the beauty of the intact penis and its various states of retraction. And I introduce the concept of unexpected outcomes. And I give a list of the silly reasons for circumcising, like matching or cosmetics or phimosis or just conformity and religion. And then the next song is Love Through Your Eyes. The narrator of that lyric is a father who's really thrilled to welcome his son and cut his penis right away. Anyone who spies us both will see we're twinsies, amputees, is a line from that song. And I explained that caregiver foreskin retraction, of course, causes injury, in this case caused at a 2-year-old's well baby checkup by a doctor. Tragic. And I talk about the violence of infant circumcision, and I tell them about the circumstraint and the tearing of the synechia with a graphical, I have a penis toy in my hand, and I'm showing them the probing action. I talk about the 100% predictable losses from circumcision, like the change in suppleness, the gliding action that goes away, and I try to convey the severity of the known unavoidable losses, like half the skin is gone, the best part is gone. And I shocked them a bit. If we can't play this video, I'm going to be really disappointed. I want to show them the gliding action, the single least covered aspect, the least well-sold thing in popular media is gliding action. Nobody knows what the hell gliding action is if they don't have an intact penis to play with. And so I showed this video. Let's see if it plays. Oh, there it is. Shocking. Sorry. It's literally pornography, but I had to show it to them. And I explained this bending and straightening of the skin and the Meissner's corpuscles while that's all going on. So by this point, it's only halfway through the show, and the case has been made. If you have even a properly circumcised penis, you're doing sex wrong. And I stand there like, foreskin man or whatever superhero I would call myself. And I explained that you're engaging with a partner using skin that was meant to bunch up at the base, never to be dragged across their delicate orifice. And so I say, well, listen, so you all agree, right? Circumcision wrecks sex by design when it goes right. And that's when we go into the complications. I show all the unusual losses as described by Dr. Fletcher in 2010, I think it was. He identified out of 100 patients that he chose to study, half of them had identifiable artifacts of their circumcisions. In most cases, they had no idea it wasn't just a natural part of their penis. And we've seen all these, and thank you, Tim Hammond, for supplying a lot of these. Just tragic shit. So, and then the next song is about complications, about a father distraught over his newborn's botched circumcision. Then I cover the ethics of forced circumcision and the problems with proxy consent for unnecessary procedures. And it has been said that proxy consent it's ethical to rely on that if waiting for the patient's own consent would lead to net harm, and when less destructive options are exhausted. And then I tell the audience they got to tolerate some math because net harm is literally tricky to calculate. It involves calculating an expected value with probabilities and severities, and all the numbers are guesses or feelings, intensities. So I give them an example, very concrete example. If you choose to wear your seatbelt this year, let's pretend there's a 1% chance it saves your life, and maybe your insurance policy says your life is worth $10 million, so you put the product in the far column there, and maybe you die in a fire because your car flipped over and you couldn't undo your belt and the car burst into flames. Well, that's a 1 in a billion thing, so the product only winds up being 10 cents weighing into the, anyway, so you sum all those products, and lo and behold, wearing your seatbelt was a positive thing. And I explained that math and how if you're going to do the same thing for circumcision, the table would be so long we could spend hours building it. So the next song is I Need You Now, about a newborn who arrives, and the first thing he does is beg his mom to get the math right and take her duty of proxy consent seriously. Moving on, I discuss the impact of circumcision on partners. A lifetime of degradation of sexual function, including my paper I did in 2008 about treatments for dyspareunia, which were on offer at the obstetricians conference. And that's when I sing a lullaby called Love You Forever for that child who needs us now to help him avoid a lifetime of bad sex, basically. And I cover the impact on families, discuss how the people I meet at protests and the people I dealt with as a TLC Tugger provider often explain that their harm isn't just their body, but their relationship with their parents. But it's also a sweet moment in the show because that particular song has my daughter's trumpet playing on the backing track. So when it comes up, it says that on the screen, trumpet by Morgan Laauo, and they get to clap. It was nice. And then, this is kind of my punchline, my thesis, my uniqueness, is that I explain that intersex rights are, of course, a slam dunk case you can make to anybody at a bus stop whenever you got the time. Only that person with an atypical body has standing to consent to, say there are extra parts or whatever, parts that need modification. Only an insane person would try to argue against you, right? And so I finished my presentation built on that. And we can plainly say that once you agree to that, why shouldn't those rights apply to everybody? And then I talk about the urgency of action and how forced genital cutting is going on right under our nose. Even if we're lucky enough to be in California where it's relatively rare, it still happens. We still tolerate it. And we were in Scotland where it's rare, but it happens to be one of the few places in the United Kingdom where they were still paying for it on the public health. So I tell people, listen, we can exploit this fact that we're also so eager to help the intersex people by when we see an expecting family, you say, you're having a baby? Is it a boy, a girl, or an intersex child? And we all say it together, and I go, yeah, see, you're going to freak people out because they're going to say, no, birth defects don't run in my family. So it's supposed to lead to a discussion of, well, but informed adults can decide for themselves about all sorts of things, right? But it's the intersex folks that give us our in to talk about it because for most it's kind of exotic. Yeah, thank you. So, and during the last song, I get the audience to make a sort of a commitment pledge to go forth. And this is a sing-along, and it's that same song, Born Intact, that I sang for you a moment ago, but with my own melody. Because once I realized I was going to sell tickets, I can't use Bruce Springsteen's song in a modified form without getting permission from the publisher. So I had to write a new song. And if I had the track, this would be better, but I'm going to sing you a little of my own melody for those same lyrics. Go. Go. Oh. Maybe it's going. Well, I know the words. I don't need the slide. Okay, why can't I get this page down? Man. Is that there it is. Every day a perfect baby is born, his parents' little bundle of joy. By nightfall, butchers line up to cut him, make him less of a boy. strapped to a circumstraint, peeling his tender glands, crushing his frenulum and sending him home with a scar. That baby's cries could rip the heart from your chest, but it's not a done deal. We gotta do our best, gotta save what he'll never get back, 'cause he's all of us, a baby born intact. Goes like that. Thank you. And that song is kind of a medley of like sort of 2 or 3 sections. In the last one, I get the audience to sort of bow their heads and sing along like it's almost a prayer circle. And that goes like this. All of us forever remain intact, all of us. All of us together are fighting back, all of us. Who can join in? 4, 1. All of us forever remain intact, all of us. All of us together are fighting back, all of us. And if that has made you interested in seeing the show, you can wait for me to figure out how to get a video online, or you can come tonight at 10 o'clock. I'm going to do the show at the hotel where we're most all staying, in the basement. So find me if you have any questions about how you're going to find that later on. 10 o'clock, doors at 9, and we'll do some karaoke stuff before the show actually starts, and then it's about an hour or 5.
Yeah, so after the gala. Well, thank you so
It's
much.
after the gala, yeah.
Thank you so much, Ron. Seriously, and Mia, a little bit from us. Little class. Okay, thank you. Good. Well, another round of applause for Ron Laauo. Thank you so much for coming. And so, it is 2:30 approximately, so we're going to take another afternoon break. We're going to restart at 2:40 p.m. So, use the restroom, talk to your neighbors, meet some new friends. You have it, but we're going to have a breather. So we'll reconvene in about 8 minutes. So, take a break. Thank you so much, everyone. Hi, Leaf.
I'm just going to see what the screen looks like when I do it.
Yeah, so.
Is that presenter view?
Yeah, so this, here, give it a second.
Oh, okay, so I'll be reading on that side.
So this is next. Big next button.
All right.
And blah, blah, blah. This is back. And then if you want, you can highlight certain things.
Oh, okay.
And whatever you see how we're highlighting the boy over there, if you look on that side, we're highlighting the same thing.
Oh, awesome.
So you can go back and forth.
Yeah, I'll probably do this.
Okay.
Whatever makes sense. Okay. Well, that's pretty straightforward.
And
the text size is big enough for me to read, except let's see how it goes. Oh, there's a timer.
Yeah, one I'm screen capping that, so when he does edit and post production, it's easy to sync it up.
What's that?
Well, it's just it's a video editing app with the fact.
I see. Because they'll have to like a speaker.
It'll make it easier to edit. Anyway.
So let me see if I go to if there's. I'm trying to see where my notes are.
Well, you may not have it on every slide. Like if you go back, see your notes are here.
Okay.
Hey, John.
I think it's not a monitor. This is primarily for the performance. I guess we're going to play that. If I have to start working, it's not going to put my hands on.
Yeah, I think that works. I'm gonna wish that I didn't type as many notes as I did. Yeah.
Hello. I'm the sound guy. So you're the next presenter. I don't know if Eric asked you, but is there going to be any audio from your...
No, I was thinking about it and I thought, oh, that's too complicated. I don't want to mess with it. So yeah, it's all.
We weren't prepared for any like audio coming straight from the presentation.
Yeah. It just adds a whole another level of complication.
Yeah, and we already have like a stream and live videos.
Yeah, and you're trying to record it here, so the audio doesn't go there.
That's why I'm trying to manage the feedback as much as possible because there's a lot of frequencies going on.
Yeah, no, my mind is clean, so
yeah.
The only problem I anticipate is that I'm hoping it's not too long.
Okay.
I haven't timed it yet.
Sounds great. I mean, I'm not sure what the time limit is or anything. I'm sure they'll give you like some signals.
Yeah,
as far as the sound goes, just try to project as much as you can.
So this is close enough?
That's when it's like far and you're talking softly. It bounces back a lot more for some reason. So the closer you are and projecting with a little bit of volume, there'll be less feedback.
Okay, so louder is better than softer. Yeah, because if I talk too soft, you have to turn up the levels and make it.
Correct. Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay.
You get it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll keep an eye out for it.
Let's see, forward, back, and what's the top one here? Oh, that's should be the little.
Oh yeah, that's the little.
Oh, you have to hold it down. I see. Yeah.
Great. I'm here if you need anything.
Okay, I hope everyone enjoyed the break. We're going to get started in 2 minutes, just so you know. 2-minute warning if you want to take your seat.
Leaf, you all good? Yeah. It's pretty straightforward. Yeah. Okay. Great. Yeah, I like that the reading text is big enough for me to see.
Yeah, there you go. Oh man.
Oh, that's that's the timer for.
You don't have to worry about that.
Yeah.
That's just once you start it counts, but
I am gonna do well.
So we'll probably just add 5 minutes to the end time, right? We're 5 minutes behind, so.
Yeah, I was just gonna do this. I hope.
So we'll go till about 3:15.
All right.
Right.
Oh, I see. I added that time up
Oh
there.
yeah, look at that. That's
Yeah, I'll do this too to see if I'm running behind. So do about 2:15.
Do you want me to try to sell the hats right now, Justin, or after? Yeah.
This is a great space. Are you renting out space
other organizations so that
We would be willing to, yeah. So like my good friend who runs a nonprofit will also have a space here, Intersectional Global, for Gen expressed interest. And we can share an admin office and then use the main space when we need it.
Yeah.
Nonprofits are, not here.
Yeah. That's awesome.
So
that's a great space. Then it kind of gives like telling somebody else it's like the Bat Cave. It's the headquarters.
Totally.
It's like having a headquarters makes it feel more real.
Oh, absolutely. And this is like it's the old dance hall. It's got some history here. And there was the old City Club too for LA.
The old what?
The City Club. So it's kind of like what's not the Bohemian Club, like the WeHo, not WeHo. I don't know.
Speakeasy?
No, Bohemian. It'll come to me. I'll look it up and I'll come back to you.
Yeah.
Check. Mic check. 1 2 3. Check 1 2 3. 1 2 3 4 5. To be or not to be.
Are we good, Ellie? Okay. Do you want me to kick it off? Are you good?
Oh, yeah.
I was going to try to sell some hats.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, and then I could introduce you as a doctor, so
Okay,
you don't have to be like, I'm the doctor.
All right.
Okay, we're going to get started. If everyone could take their seats. Do we have some amplification on this? Nate? Is this amped? Okay. Okay, I know that we're approaching the end of day one for the conference, but we're going to continue with the program. So Tim, Mr. Tim Hammond, please, calling you out. No, but everybody. Who else am I going to? Okay, thank you. So our next speaker, I know you guys love that break, but we got about 2 hours left, a little less. Our next speaker is another one of our MDs with ethics and integrity. We have Dr. Leif Thompson, who is involved with many activist organizations. Doug, Debbie, hey, let's go. Please, guys. Brother Kay, Sammer, we're gonna continue, we're gonna start the program. Anyone else? Okay, thank you, Ryan Jones, Ben. So we're gonna start the next talk with Dr. Leif Thompson. Can we get a big round of applause for another doctor on our side? So big round of applause. Thank you so much, Dr. Thompson.
It's so good to be here. I always think that it's great to be in a place where everyone else is crazy like me. I'd like to say that my credential, the MD, is probably the least interesting thing about me, but I can make up things and have people believe me. So that's a great benefit. 57% of statistics are just made up right there on the spot. Anyway, I'd like to get going with this talk. I'm going to get to the next slide here. I'll figure out the system. Let's see. Well, there we go. My talk is not going to have much to do with medicine. My title is "If You Aren't Counted, You Don't Count." Peer support, psychology, medicine, and law. I'm not going to go into medicine and law too much, but I want to imply what focusing on peer support and psychology will do for medicine and law. I'm now a retired family medicine doctor, but what happened for me is I just felt like the work wasn't serving me. I needed to do different work. I retired basically to work in this area. I'm involved with several other organizations. With GALDEF, I'm on the board of directors, with DOC as well. And the Darbon Institute, I have some connections there recently. They just named me the expert advisory board for the Darbon Institute, and on the leadership team for 15 Square, for Brookhaven, and I do peer support with Dan Stranjord, wherever he is, oh, right there, for peer support. We're both facilitators with that. I have to figure out where is the cursor. I don't know how to move down my notes here. Just a moment. Ah, there it is. That cursor doesn't follow my finger. I can't, you know what? I might just make it up on the spot. That's what I'm supposed to do, right? Can't look at my notes. It's the keypad isn't working. Anyway, I'm just going to move on. So the focus of my talk is on this how psychology, peer support, and the perspective of being a victim advocate will help the movement move forward, especially in the area where we need to document the harms. So I'm going to start by just going through what our position is as advocates. We often sideline ourselves. We try to avoid unnecessary controversy. We project ourselves as being rational and authoritative. We avoid emotional arguments. We hold space for culture and religion to maintain respectful dialogue. We don't want to say anything to damage the movement, and we keep our justifiable anger controlled and subdued. Angry men aren't always the best photo opportunities, and a lot of us have rage, quite frankly, and that's an emotion that's not very receptive. There's not a lot of receptivity to that emotion. As a result, we move towards emotionally clean abstractions like ethics, rights, equality, and justice, and we move away from or seek to control our experiences of being harmed. We suppress the rage as a result. So we place authority above authenticity. We place abstractions above lived experience. We need to do something to counter that so that we can become more authentic. So I'm going to go through a day in the life of a genital autonomy advocate with a bunch of statements that are meant to be emotional, to trigger emotional responses. You can't compare female genital mutilation with circumcision. I'm sure most of you have come across that. Circumcision is genital mutilation. The benefits outweigh the risks. Men don't have problems with circumcisions. It's no big deal. Circumcised men make lousy lovers. Being against circumcision is anti-Semitic. Circumcision is rape. How do you feel as you navigate this emotional landscape? It's a rhetorical minefield. How do you feel about this rhetorical minefield if you're trying to be an advocate, but you're also dealing with your own trauma? I always think that there ought to be a boot camp for, training for becoming a genital autonomy advocate, but I think we'd have so much disagreement, we wouldn't agree on anything. And that's okay, disagreement's okay. And the point I want to make here isn't about the appropriateness or the inappropriateness of any of these statements. I'm just wanting to recognize that as we're trying to work in this world of being rational and advocates that are communicating to the middle in a way that's not going to push them away, we're also dealing with some really, really strong feelings, and it's a difficult landscape to navigate. So, some of the questions is, what are you allowed to say and to whom? What are you allowed to feel? These are some of the questions that come up with this. So my talk is more about the psychological aspects of our work and some perspectives that I have from from working more recently in the space of how do we address the trauma that already exists. And a lot of that's personally motivated because I'm dealing with this stuff myself. But I'm also like keeping track of what are the themes that keep reemerging. And peer support is a wonderful place for that to happen. So I want to make the connection between how we process our own trauma and how that might serve moving forward as we serve ourselves and serve other people. And basically the case I'm making for in my talk is that we need to not only try to prevent future generations from being submitted to this procedure, to this violation, we also need to treat the people who are being violated, and that needs to be part of the focus of what we do. We need to do that for our own sanity as activists, as advocates. We need to help those who are suffering as part of the mission. And we also need to dismantle the narrative that non-voluntary genital excision is not harmful. I think that's going to be our key narrative that's going to be one of the most difficult to overcome. Is not that the risk versus benefits don't make sense. Ethics, equal rights, human rights, I forget what else I had on that category, but you know, those are more abstract concepts. We're going to have to put human beings behind the harm to get the message across that circumcision is not just something that's no big deal. It is a big deal, and there are human beings that are harmed by it. So why is there a need for peer support? Why do we need spaces like that? We need to be able to process our lived experience without being judged. We need to learn and develop a language that does not yet exist to speak authentically about our experience without shame. Going back to the last thing, circumcision is rape. We don't have a good word for the experience of sexual violation from a genital excision that was performed on us. Rape may or may not be appropriate, but what word conveys that level of felt violation? We just don't have the word for it. But in a safe and accepting space, you can have these discussions without worrying if you're going to piss somebody off. It's really important. We need a community that so that experiences can be expressed in an unpolished, raw way, where experiences can be accepted implicitly and explored, where we are seen as normal, but what was done to us is not normal. We need to help each other, and this is out of necessity because from the peer support groups that I participated in, it's almost a universal experience that at least the first therapist said something to the effect, I hear you about circumcision, but what's your real issue? And that's very common. So we need to have spaces that are trauma-informed and accepting of that at face value and willing to explore that. In the absence of trauma-informed psychology, we have peer support. That's where it starts. And I'm hoping that peer support can inform psychology so that we develop a better system that will help this population. Our experiences and vulnerabilities are often sidelined, even within the genital autonomy movement, as we have arguments over all of those terms. What's pragmatic? What's going to sell better with the public? Oh, you shouldn't say that. In peer support, you can say that. We need a space where we don't have to have a defensive posture, and a space where our problems are acknowledged. This next slide is taken from, it's a modification of the concept of the cycle of silence that was published in the International Journal of Impotency Research by Mega Uberoy. I'm hoping I'm going to pronounce her name right. But she came up with this idea of why is it that we never hear the men complain, you know? So we have two parts of this cycle, the cycle of silence and the prevalence paradox. We have society and we have affected individuals. In society, the narrative is circumcision is normal, perhaps even beneficial, but certainly not harmful. So affected individuals experience, they suffer ridicule, dismissal, rejection when revealing their experience of harm. You know, like the last one about the kids that bring it up with their parents and their parents laugh at them. I mean, that's rejection. They fear stigma and social isolation, even backlash. They feel gaslighted, that your experience is not real. The behavior that results from that, silence on experienced harms. Anger might be expressed, but not the experience of harm. So, you know, when I go online, I see a lot of anger expressed, but the grief is not as prevalent. So then you go back to the society column, and the perception from society is this is a non-harmful practice. I've never heard anyone complain, and if they do, well, these are just angry men. It isn't really about the circumcision. It must be something else. And that goes back to circumcision is normal, but those who complain are not normal. So how do we validate these experiences of harm? You probably, well, I don't know, maybe the older folks here will recognize this. This is from The Wizard of Oz. The Scarecrow, what the wizard says is, by virtue of the authority vested in me by the Universitatis Comitiatum e pluribus unum, I hereby confer upon you the honorary degree of THD, Doctorate of Thinkology. So the point here is that the Scarecrow could always think, but the diploma made it real to him and to everyone else. It's kind of humorous, but that's the reality of it. So in terms of reality from the medical side, we have ICD-11, CM codes for FGM. That's, you know, it lists all the type according to the WHO. But where's the ICD-11 code for male genital mutilation? I mean, culturally, we're not there yet, but we have no legitimacy. The whole system is telling us what happened to us isn't real. The normal penis is the circumcised penis. You see it in the textbooks. They ignore that anatomical structure altogether. What is the ICD-11 for intersex genital mutilation? We don't call it that. So, you know, if we don't have a category, how do we count it? How do the people who had this done to them feel like they have a condition, something that's real? So I'm going to switch over to another category of thought. This is with the ISSM, that's the International Society of Sexual Medicine, and this is their template for how to evaluate sexual functioning. And I bring this up not because I want to talk just about sexual functioning, but these are the areas, since the penis is a sexual organ, it involves sexuality, that we should be thinking about the potential harms to sexuality. And this template includes the biophysical, so there is a loss of tissue, but the harms that can come from circumcision are far beyond that. It's psychological, it's interpersonal, it's societal and social, how you connected to society, and it's even spiritual harms, how you're connected to your spiritual community can be affected by this. So I think we need to expand what harms are, but we need to make them real And I think that's going to be the work of psychologists. The harms are experienced, but we need to validate them. And the difficulty we have with harms is harms are inherently subjective. They're experienced. It's not the anatomical difference, it's the experience of harm. And when you're arguing a case in court or arguing to medical doctors to change what they do, they want evidence, and evidence isn't subjective. So this is a fundamental problem that we have, but we need to create boxes so that we can start counting who is feeling harm, how they're feeling harmed, and how extreme their harm is. So these are just proposals. I'm not a psychologist. I don't even play one on TV. So I just want to throw out some ideas, and as embodying the role of victim advocate, I want to make myself available as an experimental option for, collect information from me. This is what I've seen. This is what I've experienced. Create the boxes and then move on from there. So some of the things that I've experienced myself and witnessed in our peer support groups is trauma, obviously. And the trauma is not just what happened as an infant. The trauma is being processed when you look at your penis and you see something missing. That is current trauma. And so I would say trauma, PTSD. Grief is really a big one. And for a lot of men in our society, grief is not a real comfortable or easy place to get to. Anger is usually the first thing, and it takes a while and some help sometimes to get to the grief. Attachment disorders, intimacy issues, sexual disorders, spiritual disconnection, body dysmorphia, and dysmorphia. I'm still confused about that. That's why we need psychologists to sort that out. So I would say that it's an iatrogenic genital dysphoria, but we usually think of gender dysphoria, and dysmorphia is the abnormal self-body perception. When it's a perceived flaw where none exists. In the case of circumcision, the body part was already altered. So when we use the word dysmorphia, it's not quite applicable because the body part was already altered. And if somebody has obsessive compulsive, it's listed as an obsessive compulsive disorder. If somebody has that, they're very focused on that part of their body, but it was altered, and that's the reason why they feel it. I think it's probably closer to however you would classify somebody having a problem with another form of amputation. But I want to propose something about this, is that who is it that really has the dysmorphia? I like this term that I just came up with, cultural genital dysmorphia by proxy. So I forgot. So the sickness is actually in our society, not in the individuals who are reacting to what was done to them. So dysmorphia, classified as obsessive compulsive related disorder, defined as preoccupation with one or more perceived flaws in a physical appearance that was not observable or apparent to the sight of others. So it's like, whose view? This is a really kind of a strange diagnosis, because whose view are we talking about? So who is it that's so distressed over a flaw of having a foreskin? If you're born as a baby, there was no distress there about the foreskin. So distressed so as to have it amputated on someone else. This is beyond psychology. I think we're getting into anthropology here. So anyway, I better keep moving on. I just want to, I'm not concluding now. I'm going to try to wrap up quickly so that I don't get too far behind with the schedule. But we need creative, innovative, empathetic, compassionate psychologists and sex therapists for research in the treatment of the distress that results from non-voluntary genital cutting. And I'd like to invite any psychologist in here, long hours, low pay, what's not to like. I'm using another movie reference here, is that, so Field of Dreams, build it and they will come. Yeah, the concept I want to have here is that we know that there's distress out there from circumcision. A lot of that distress is unseen, and part of that is there's no place to go, there's no place to be validated. So we build the categories, the psychological boxes, the medical boxes to put these people who are suffering distress into, and they will feel validated, they'll come out of the cornfield. So, it looks like my formatting didn't quite work. That's fine. So we need to build the diagnosis to make the lived experiences become real for those suffering from non-voluntary genital cutting. We need to build a diagnosis for those suffering to be believed by the medical people and society in general. We need to build the diagnosis so that those suffering actually matter. And we need to build the diagnosis so that the suffering can start to be counted. We need numbers. We need severity. We need a scaling of what the problem is. And we don't get that without building some kind of models and structures for that to happen. I'm going to just move quickly through. So we already looked at the cycle of silence paradox. What would this look like if we made a cycle of support? Society would have the narrative circumcision as harmful for individuals with associated diagnosis. The individuals would think that their experiences are validated. They expect support when revealing their experience of harm. There's a vocabulary for that experience. I have ADHD, but back when I was a kid, I just maybe he should go into truck driving or something. It's the diagnosis makes a difference. And we're not pathologizing people, we're treating conditions. So people would feel validated, the trauma is real, you deserve trauma-informed care, the behavior changes, they speak openly about their experience, they seek care with the problems. The perception of the public is the harmful narrative is implicitly understood because we have those categories that are validated. Many victims do complain. This intuitively makes sense. We believe them and they deserve care. And then this goes back to the circumcision is abnormal, but those who complain are normal. And also that this is costly for individuals and for society. So I want to propose even another step. Go to the cycle of need and resources. Society, there's a perceived need. Services are made available. The experiences are awareness and syndromes related to non-voluntary genital excision exist. Those experiencing distress self-diagnose, and they are aware of their treatment options. Their behavior changes, they seek care. They expect trauma-informed care. The perception is more and more people are needing care. We need more accurate diagnostic models. We need more research. And the funding comes in, resources and institutions are created to serve the demand. So this is stepping out of, when we get into advocacy, the money is it's hard to bring the money in, but what I'm envisioning is if we move into services, or not we, but if services are made available, then begins to be an institutional structure that's created about serving that population. This is pie in the sky thinking, but it's just, I'm trying to be ahead of the curve. And I think I'm getting close to being beyond my time, but there is a known dissatisfaction rate of men who have been subjected to voluntary genital cutting, men and intersex and transgender. I want to be inclusive because they're all included in that. But these are various surveys. The first one was with YouGov, I think done independently, and the third dot on 2021 was the 4Gen study. I think that I got these online, so I think the 2018 and 2023 are both from Intact America, but I don't know the particulars about those. I'm just throwing in these data points. We need to be following the dissatisfaction rate of circumcised men and the severity of their dissatisfaction. I think that's crucial information, and I'll show you why. I plotted a regression line using these points, and it points towards increasing dissatisfaction in the future. The more we can track this, the more we can validate that the line is moving in a direction. And I want to project this out into the future. If these data points are reflecting reality and the regression line moves forward in time, we're going to have a lot of dissatisfied people, and some of those will experience high levels of distress. It's going to be increasing. So this is the area that we were looking at. I want to propose another idea. The men in these surveys were over 20, average age, probably mid-20s to 30s. So I'm going to just say, let's say these were all 20-year-old men. A kid that's cut today in 2026, if you go to that, when that person is 20 years old, using this regression line, regression line, thanks. Yeah, I like that. We're getting up into 90%. I don't know whether the curve is going to be linear or exponential, but I do know this, that the increase means that there's a huge need that's going to be there in the future, and we need to be ahead of the curve. So the changing narratives that I want to see happen is the current social narratives. You all know these risk benefit, parents' choice, religious freedom on one side, circumcision isn't harmful. On our side, we're countering that with benefits aren't there, violation of human rights, goes against ethics, it's traumatic, discriminates based on sex. A lot of these are very abstract principles, but who is harmed actually in these? I would say that the experienced harm is the thing that we really need to validate moving forward, so that when you go into court and you're arguing with the attorneys and the judge of whether this harm is real, that you have some literature that's backing that up. So why focus on the care of those harmed? It's for ourselves as advocates, for those who are suffering and deserve care, and for crushing once and for all the narrative that non-voluntary genital excision is not harmful. So I think I'm close to being done or I'm over my time, I'm sorry. So I'm gonna just wrap it up with this picture. And I like this triptych because it shows the three flowers. We've had a lot of representation of the vulva as a flower, and we don't have very many as the penis as a flower, but I think it's also a flower. And I think all the wonderful variations of people with a variety of genital characteristics, they're all flowers, they're beautiful. And so our right to our own sacred flower is genderless. And I'm going to leave with my last slide of who's doing this work right now. 15 Square, obviously me and Dan are doing that. Darbon Institute's developing programs. They even have an online training module for psychologists, just like Galdef is produced for lawyers. Check that out. Intact America, I am actually a participant in this round of peer support with the psychologist. It's really going well, and I appreciate so much having that resource. And also, your whole baby, and Pleasure Pie and No Harm have lists of trauma-informed therapists, and this is my contact information if you have any interest in this area, or if you're a psychologist that wants to question me or brainstorm. I am really excited to be working in this area, so I hope you'll all reach out to me, and we'll talk to you.
Thank you very much. As a gift from Intersectional Global, something to take home with you. Thank you so much for coming. So another round of applause for Dr. Thompson. Thank you so much for all your work. You do great work in this area. We love all of our doctor allies, which are absolutely necessary. And so it is my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker as well, a good friend of mine before I became a lawyer. And he has helped me in my own lawsuits as well as Intact Global. He is one of, if not the foremost published legal scholars in the world of genital cutting. Please, big round of applause for Peter Adler. Thanks, Peter. Thanks for coming. So this is forward back.
Hi, everybody. I'm Peter. It's good to see you. So Leif, his last slide was of flowers, and he said genitalia come in different forms. And it flashed into my mind that I was in a museum in Hobart, Tasmania, and there were 100 vulvas that the women had plaster of Paris impressions taking of their private parts. That was really fun. They had to drag me away from the exhibition. Yes, so I've been working in the movement since 2010. I'm really passionate about it. I work on ethics and legal aspects. My talk is about how we can win lawsuits, and it's focusing on the argument that genital cutting, regardless of gender, is unlawful. So there's been a lot of talk today about how male and female and intersex genital cutting must be treated the same way. And it just seems that this is obvious. I mean, once you think about it. And so one reason is that the anatomy and physiology are similar, as we've discussed today, identical origin and similar anatomy and physiology. But then another reason is the rules of medicine and law, they're all general. So there isn't one law for toe cutting and another one, toe amputation, another one for amputation of part of the genitalia. The rules are all broad, like these ethical rules that you have to respect the autonomy of the child. They're broad rules. And all children have the same rights, which I'll be talking about. So a big question, are we winning or losing? And in ways we are winning, so I'll just start by talking about that, is there's so much activism now compared to previously. So I remember my first conference, there were about 10 people there. And now there's 110 here, but people watching. Hundreds and hundreds of people who are, probably thousands who are intactivists. And, then the public is, as we've said, starting to realize how bad this is, this increased satisfaction, partly because of protests. So I want to give a call out to Brother Kay. Imagine he's devoted his life to going out on the streets around the country at his own expense, wearing a suit with, blood on his crotch, which I don't think I'd have the courage to do that. He gets insulted, he gets arrested, people attack him, So also encouraging is that circumcision rates have declined. We don't really know to what extent, but it seems like it's getting toward the 50-50 point. And I think Georgin said once that once the public is like 1/3 of the public's opposed to something, then it's pretty quick that it gets to half the people being opposed and then, the majority. So Steven Svoboda has also translated a lot of European case laws in court. And so I've read those, and they make interesting reading. And the plaintiffs are starting to win in Europe. They usually win. Then, I think, though, if you really think about it, we're doing better, but we're still losing. We have these powerful opponents. So the opponents, they're physicians in hospitals. But then, the Jewish lobby is very active in trying to perpetuate circumcision, which they believe to be a sacred religious right. And then also the US government is a proponent of circumcision. So Denmark was going to pass legislation making it unlawful. And Lena Nyhus said the US government came and said, don't pass the legislation. So there's lobbying a lot of money to perpetuate this. And we're losing cases in the US. So I'll talk about those cases in a bit. So then the question is, what can we do? What are different approaches? So one is lobbying, and here Tony Lasguardo is taking the lead. He's a very energetic, charismatic man, and he lobbies to end Medicaid coverage. He started with making progress on the state level, and he's brought several intactivists, including myself, to argue before legislatures in New Hampshire and Maine. And then he's also making progress on the federal level through lobbying. That's very exciting. So then the question is, what are the lawsuits that might be brought that could help end genital cutting? So one is the equal protection lawsuit that you heard about that we're bringing in Oregon. So another one is attacking the use of Medicaid to pay for circumcision. I've read the Medicaid provisions, and they all say Medicaid does not pay for unnecessary surgery. It doesn't pay for elective surgery. It doesn't pay for cosmetic surgery. So doctors are not allowed to use Medicaid to pay for it. So I'll tell you about the Medicaid lawsuit where I was lead counsel. So then the other one that I'm focused on is lawsuits by individuals who are pretty much just saying, I was cut, I've been harmed, give me damages. And then at the end of this talk, I'll ask whether a class action lawsuit is possible. A question that Marilyn Milos asked me in about 2014, and I was like, I have no idea. All right, so this is an outline of the talk. So sort of anatomy of a lawsuit as well. You start with, do you have some right? Has the right been violated? And then if so, what kind of claim can you bring? Then what are the other side going to advance as defenses? How have courts ruled? What strategy, which we had just touched on, and what damages you get. So these are my next slides are about this. We hear about children's rights. What's the rights of the child? Well, I remember at my first conference, I think I was being videotaped, and the man asked me, what are the rights of the child? I had no idea. I mean, we have to learn all this stuff. It's taken me, 15 years to learn what's in this talk. So the first is the right to bodily integrity. So this is the absolute right to be left alone. So it's an absolute right. And as somebody said, like the pinprick of a girl's clitoral hood, even that violates the right to bodily integrity. So the second is the right to autonomy we've heard about today. Autonomy is the right to decide what is done with your body by yourself without interference from anybody. It's also known as the right to pursue happiness however you want. It's the right to liberty. And there's a subset of the right to autonomy is the right to privacy, which is an especially strong right in intimate matters of sexual nature. Then there's a right to health under international law. There's a right to be free from torture and cruel and unusual treatment. There's the right to equal protection, meaning boys have to be treated the same as girls and intersex children as well. And there's also a right to freedom of religion, which is the right of an individual to choose his own religion without interference by anybody else. So in the Jewish religion, if you're circumcised, it's the mark of being a Jew, but you may grow up and not want to be a Jew. And genital cutting violates all those rights. It's a crime. Genital cutting is a crime unless it's medically necessary, which is virtually never. So then I was thinking, well, what, if this were prosecuted, what would the crimes be? Well, one is child abuse. There was an article in 1985 calling it child abuse by William Brigman. It's assault and battery. Recklessness is a crime. Even if a doctor doesn't know it's a bad thing, it's still reckless. Child endangerment. And then while I was sitting here, I was thinking, well, it's theft also. Take part of your body and sell it. It's theft. And, you might look at this and say, well, you probably agree with me. I mean, a doctor, if they're prosecuted, they would be behind bars. But it's not prosecuted. So it took me a long time to think of these claims. So what are the claims for genital cutting, regardless of gender? Let's focus on male genital cutting. So the first is lack of informed consent. So a parent or any adult a doctor must fully inform them before they perform an operation, the risks, the harms, everything, and they don't. Then it's a battery. A battery is an unwanted touching of any kind, regardless of severity. Then it's unjust enrichment. So what that means is a doctor takes something from a child and enriches himself, so does the hospital. They get paid and they take something from the baby and the man. So the other, which is a powerful one, is breach of fiduciary duty. So that's just means breach of trust. So you go to a physician, you're trusting that they're going to do what's best for you and they're not going to do what's best for themselves. And it's a grievous breach of fiduciary duty, male genital cutting. And then, as some of you know, I wrote an article arguing that circumcision is a fraud, and then I wrote a book about it. I might as well tell you what my next book is. It's How to Sue and Win Big. I think it'll sell. The other book didn't sell. This one might sell. So this is, I want to talk to you about fraud. And, people talk about their myths about circumcision, myths. And at first I was thinking, okay, they're not true, but they're just myths. And then I was thinking, well, wait a minute, who perpetuates these myths? And then I realized there's more and more myths that they permeate the entire business cycle. So there's false advertising. Come and get your child circumcised, it'll be good for their health. And then the mothers are incapacitated. They've just given birth, and doctors know that, so they take advantage of the mothers. Then, according to Intact America, parents are solicited on average 8 times, which is unbelievable. So they come and solicit your consent when you're incapacitated. They give you 2 minutes to decide, and if you say no, they pressure you 8 times to say yes. Is incredible. They make false medical claims. Basically, they portray circumcision as the simple, painless snip of a useless piece of skin, when it's absolutely the opposite. Even if they don't make any claims, a doctor, just by showing up and asking if you want to be circumcised, suggests that it's either needed or a good idea. And then there's false legal claims. That's the claim that parents have the right to elect circumcision. And so, as I said, the child has a right to an intact body, but doctors argue the opposite. They're arguing the child has no rights, the parents' rights supersede the children's rights. And then there are false diagnoses like phimosis or newborn boy. They're not real diagnoses. And then there's billing fraud, like Medicaid billing when it's not allowed. All right, so again, looked at these European decisions, and for the most part in Europe, the plaintiffs are winning, which is a wonderful thing. So I told my wife that, and she said, well, that's, European law, so who cares? And it's true that the European system is different. It's a civil law system. But I read these cases and they use all the same concepts as under the common law, like the right to bodily integrity. So a lot of these cases involve a dispute where the parent is religious, usually a father, and wants the son circumcised, and the mother doesn't, and they end up in court. So in this English case, at the turn of the century, the court ruled that there's no religious right to circumcise, and they respected the child's autonomy. That's a huge win for the movement. Then there was this case in Austria. Lots of speakers today have said how the proponents say circumcision isn't harmful, and here was a case that said it is harmful, and it said it was unlawful. This German case is very famous. You might have heard about it in 2012. And the German court ruled that circumcision for religious reasons is criminal assault, that it harms the child, and it violates the child's right to bodily integrity. And it went on to say the child's rights supersede the parent's rights. So that was an extremely important case. But you may know the German legislature then came along and reversed it. So we have to be aware we could win only to have the legislature pass legislation saying it's lawful. Then there was this English case, and it said, well, FGM is harmful, and some forms of MGM are more harmful, more severe than some forms of FGM, like the prick of the clitoral hood, and therefore MGM is harmful. That was another big decision. So, you know, the lawyers here, we all know that in the US we usually lose. No physician's ever been held liable. And, you know, there's some terrible cases like the Hieronymus case. The parents entered into a divorce agreement, said that the boy would be circumcised. Then the mother learned about what circumcision really is. She said, I don't want it under any circumstances. The boy claimed, the father claimed a religious right. Well, the court completely ignored that the mother didn't want it done anymore, which should have persuaded the court to stop the circumcision. And it also ignored the boy's wishes. And I was involved in that case. It was terribly sad. By the time the boy was circumcised, he was about 5. Another case, the court said parents consented. Another case said there's no negligence, it's routine. And there was a case against the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the case was dismissed. And then Eric and I, both of us represented Flash Gordon. He brought a case saying it was unlawful, and the court pretty much laughed him. They got rid of his case so fast. We got crushed. Mostly he did. He was by himself. So I see I'm getting a little short on time, but see if I can say what I want to. So DOC was involved, Doctors Opposing Circumcision, in this Bolt v. Bolt case in Oregon was a huge win, and it was a religious case, just like the others, and the court respected the boy's wishes. It wasn't a circumcision case, so it's not perfect, but you know, it's an example where a court listened to what the boy wanted. So this Medicaid case where I was lead counsel, we had a Jewish judge, and I was thinking, a Jewish judge, we're going to lose, but we won at the Superior Court level, and he issued a 26-page ruling in our favor. Was amazing. And then when I went on appeal, the judges, I walked in, they were all like this. They didn't listen, and they ruled against us. It's huge that we've survived the motion to dismiss in the Oregon case. And then in Levine versus the AAP, the judge was Pakistani, where circumcision is common, but he gave us a chance to amend our complaint. So I thought he was very fair. All right, so what defenses will we face? So the defense might argue, well, it's a malpractice case. But we would say, no, it's not that the operation was performed badly, it's that it shouldn't have been performed at all. The statute of limitations, that could be a problem, but I've written an article showing that the statute of limitations isn't going to block anybody. It starts to run when you discover you've been cut, harmed, wronged, and deceived, and that won't happen until you meet one of us who tells you that. The claim is made, it's medicine, has benefits, basically it's violence. and it's a parental right. We've already said that's not what the law is. So how can we win? Well, we need a strong legal team, and I think we have a tremendous legal team. I mean, it's headed up by Eric. I worked with him on a case, and he left no stone unturned. We were so ready for trial, it wasn't funny. He's a brilliant man and extremely brave. So we're very lucky to have him leading the movement. So we need a... Yeah, Eric told me to say that. We need somebody, circumcised at birth or with a false diagnosis of phimosis. It'd be good if somebody's really injured, really harmed. The jury might be more sympathetic. And we want a case where the parents were really misled, not told the truth, and pressured. It'd be better to have it within the statute of limitations. And I wrote an article saying that there's no need for a trial. It's indefensible to cut off a healthy part of a child's body. You're just not allowed to do it. So if a female were cut, they don't have to have a trial. They just go in and say, I was cut, give me damages. It should be the same for a man. We do need funding. I see I'm about at my limit of time, but maybe I have a few more minutes. What's that? Thank you. Appreciate that. Okay. I mean, look, it'd be very useful to have more funding. Really, we could use $100,000 for each lawsuit. And then, like the Oregon, I'm sure that's been spent. But if we had $500,000, we could bring 5 lawsuits at once. Tim Hammond once said we need a treasure chest, I think, of money. So this is interesting. There's never been an article about this, but I think it'd make a good article. If you prevail, what should you win? And I'm thinking you should win millions of dollars. I mean, if there's one body part that you would not want cut off, it would be part of your penis if you're a man. It's harmful in every case. It took me a while to realize that. So pain is harm, and it's harmful to lose part of your body. Again, if your foot was cut off, well, you can't walk as well. It's a harm that you lose part of your body. So I think the foreskin is priceless. Maybe we should use that expression, or maybe it'd be useful. And I think you could get multiple and punitive damages. And the argument is punitive damages are needed to stop the industry. If you just win one lawsuit, well, there's 100 million males have been circumcised in the United States, according to George Denniston of DOC, more than 1 million per year. So you win one lawsuit, well, you don't win for the others. So punitive damages are needed. That's when the defendant is charged with, tens of millions of dollars to dissuade others from doing this. So this is my last slide. Is a class action lawsuit viable? Look, I'm not an expert in class action. Well, that's an understatement. I hardly know anything about it. And they're experts in this field. But they handle big cases like tobacco litigation. And they have a lot of money. If you got one of these firms to represent us, they do it. They take a portion of the recovery. You don't have to pay for it. And they're very knowledgeable. So, I looked at the rules, and you need a lot of people who are affected in the same way. So that's more than 100 million people. And then you need the same liability. Well, they're all liable every time. It's indefensible. Everybody is harmed. And another basis for a class action suit is if people can't sue for themselves, and they can't, and that it's necessary to stop it. When do we bring suit? I talk to Eric about it often. What we need is find a good state like Oregon, maybe California. We just don't want to lose a case. But I'm ready to bring a case. I guess it's a question of when, but I guess we haven't done it yet. But I think soon. I think we have to do it. We have to test it. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. Great talk. As a gift from Intact Global. Make her a clap. Appreciate it. Of course. Well, another round of applause for Peter Adler, key member of Intact Global's legal team and the movement. So we've got two more great speakers, but before we do that, if people want to maybe stand up for a minute, right? Shake out the legs. We're in the afternoon, right? And while you guys stretch, I'm just going to let you know that if you parked on this side of the building, that parking lot closes at 8 p.m. So I don't know if you're trying to leave before the gala or come back, but the parking lot on the other side of Spring and Main Street is open 24 hours a day. So when you go and freshen up, make sure you park across the street, not next to the building, or your car will be there in the morning, and that's no fun. So that's pretty much what's going on. We'll take a minute, and then we're going to have our next speaker, Dwayne Van Lanker. But yes, we love Dwayne. Yeah, let's take 1 minute. Hey.
Hi, I'm Nate.
He's not the last speaker.
Oh, Dwayne. Hello. Awesome. So try to be as close to this as possible. If you want, I can get a mic stand. But did you see Shane when he grabbed this?
Yeah.
That was how we were able to get police to for that. So optimally, have it on you. If not, then
I was going to plan on standing like right here, right to do it.
that works. And I can just
stand up.
Yeah. Should be better.
He's short. Just don't lean loose on this. That'll knock it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I saw it. PowerPoint Dwayne, go up.
Oh, there it is. Okay, well, I'll tell Dwayne. Okay. Yeah. It says it's downloaded. There we go.
It's all right. It's
Okay, so
super ultra basic. So if we don't get it, we don't get it.
No, we have it. Oh, that's no problem. Oh, good. Perfect. So how it works? Very easy. Give it a second. That's forward, and that's backwards. You can see it.
I'm actually going to have. I'm going to have my assistant do this part.
Sure.
Oh, there you go. Okay, sir.
Okay. All right, Okay, we're gonna get started in about 1 minute. So if everyone could take their seat, we're trying to get out of here at 4:30. We got 2 more talks left because we got the gala to set up for, right? We got quite an evening planned, but we need some time to turn the space over. So if everyone could take their seat. Sam, are you good for the final talk? We're a little. Oh. Justin, we good? Okay. Sammer. Okay, we'll be starting in about 20 seconds, so if everyone could take their seat, we have to do the call out again. Okay, so it is my great pleasure to announce our penultimate speaker for the day, right? Wonderful man and activist who's been on tour with the Bloodstained Men, imposing presence both physically and in spirit. We love Dwayne Van Lanker. Can we give him a big round of applause?
Thank you, guys. I think we need to acknowledge the significance that this is the only Intactivist conference in the Western Hemisphere. Thank you, Intact Global, Intact Global team. Yes, that's significant. Like, we're it, people. However, I'm embarrassed. I'm embarrassed we must come together to say out loud that trust and empathy and protection are absent. Trust is absent from our hospitals, and empathy is absent from our doctors, and protection is absent from our laws. And you may only have one chance. You may only have one chance to save a child. A child may only have one chance for an intact future. When you speak, remember what you're holding. When you speak as an intactivist, you're holding the life and the legacy of 1,000 generations before him in your hands. No pressure. When presence comes in, the person comes out. Presence is not passive. Presence is protection. Presence is empathy. And when someone is truly present with us, open, listening with eye contact, without shame or blame or criticism, the person we're meant to be steps forward. Our presence matters. Our language matters. Our tone matters. We are the lifeline for a child in a culture sacrificing their infant's genitals out of habit, fear, and unexamined belief. Far too long have intactivists been the cringe fringe. We see it. We know it. Yet we persist with language the culture refuses to hear. We speak the truth to a culture afraid to look at its own reflection. When we ask culture to preserve the body, we ask it to rise from fear and dogma and narrow perception into a larger view of human dignity. When we stand before the world as a movement for wholeness, we change the landscape of intactivism. I'm speaking of a larger frame. A movement for wholeness that lifts intactivism from a narrow argument into a public moral language people can speak out loud from kitchens to courtrooms. We are a movement for wholeness. When we expand the meaning of attack, we expand the meaning of intactivism. It becomes more than an opposition to genital cutting. It becomes the movement that defends the integrity of the whole person. Intact in mind, intact in body, intact in spirit, an intactivist brings sovereignty into the light. An intactivist preserves dignity. An intact person is whole by nature. We must transition into a human-centered principle. As we stand now, we stand against one procedure, one cut, one custom. Our calling can transform a culture. We have no choice. A culture that sees itself and others as whole and sovereign people. And I'm going to give you the entire crisis right here. When people are separated from themselves, children are separated from protection. Whole people protect whole people. Integrity begins when a person comes into alignment with themselves. We are a movement for wholeness. Although we have a core problem, it's stigma, defensiveness, and narrow-minded understanding. We speak the facts and people turn their backs. Facts matter, yes, facts give us ground and facts build the case. Yet facts alone rarely expose reality. Yet facts alone rarely move culture. Identity drives behavior. Culture shifts when a new identity becomes high status, emotionally resonant, and publicly repeatable, and socially rewarded. Most people already agree with us. They already agree a child deserves protection. They already agree that body deserves respect. They already agree that permanent decisions about another person's body deserve deep caution. The deeper question is no longer do people care. The deeper question is why does private agreement so often fail to become public courage? Why do people nod in silence then disappear in public? Why do people agree in principle then hesitate in language? Because most people are asking a deeper question than the one that's on the surface. And it's deeper than medicine, it's deeper than debate. What they're asking is, how do I sound? How do I look? What social identity am I stepping into? Who do I become when I say this out loud? Notice the I's in these statements. That is why the future of intactivism depends on more than evidence. It depends on identity. It depends on status. It depends on story. It depends on whether this movement becomes something people feel proud to stand for within themselves. We are a movement for wholeness. People repeat what gives them dignity and inner agreement. People behave and speak according to how they want to feel. People behave and speak and repeat what confirms their own identity. People rarely move because they lose an argument. Objection closes the door. Agreement, on the other hand, that is the psychological back door. People move when the door of truth becomes safe to enter. It's how they believe the world sees themselves. Remember those I statements? When we talk about the genitals of children, taboo rises to silence us. When we use language that's easy to carry into everyday life, our movement grows. Start with agreement. Every successful social reform movement has done one thing exceptionally well. It created language people wanted to identify with. A person is never too young for sovereignty. A person is presence from their first breath. A child is a person, never a project. A child's introduction does not call for reduction. Human rights have no minimum age, and a person is someone whose voice matters before they have words. We are a movement for wholeness. Intact, that word carries far more power than we realize. For years, we've heard the intact and thought only of anatomy, only tissue, only a procedure. Intact carries a far greater meaning. Intact speaks to the whole person. Intact means whole in mind. Intact means whole in body. Intact means whole in spirit, whole in dignity, whole in sovereignty. An intactivist defends the whole person. This changes the frame. Now we're speaking about far more than one procedure. We're speaking about a human-centered principle, the protected integrity of the whole. Because once our culture sees the person as whole by nature, our responsibility becomes clear. We honor that wholeness. We protect that wholeness. We build families and medicine and law and culture around that wholeness. That is why this movement matters, carries the weight of a civilization. We're here to protect children, yes. We're also here to call humanity upward, towards deeper respect, towards deeper empathy, towards clearer ethics, towards a culture that sees the human body as worthy, the human spirit is sacred, and the human person is sovereign. Intact is a moral word. Intact is a civilizational word. That is the larger meaning of intactivist. Whole people protect whole people. We so often position ourselves against a procedure. We can be so much more. We can raise humanity. Again, we have no choice. When we call a person to protect, they must be up to the task. We call that person to be whole within themselves. We've been asking for moral strength from people who are fragmented within themselves. Let us elevate our language Let us elevate our posture. Let us elevate the movement itself, because this cause carries more than protest. It carries protection. It carries dignity. It carries a civilizational principle. That is why we're here. And that is why this movement matters. And that is why this movement can grow far beyond one issue into a movement for wholeness, dignity, and the protected sovereignty of every human being. When we speak at that level, the culture begins to shift. Because people may argue a procedure, and they may debate a custom, and they may hide inside a habit, yet the deeper principle carries greater power. The human body is its own first home, and every person deserves to arrive there intact, respected, and fully their own. We are a movement for wholeness. When presence comes in, the person comes out. Our presence matters. We stand differently, we speak differently, we protect differently. Are we actually with the person in front of us? Are we fully present during the only conversation they may ever have about circumcision? Are we making room for their fear, their confusion, their defensiveness, their humanity? Are we waiting to unleash the latest zinger, the latest fat grenade, the latest performance of moral superiority? That energy may feel powerful in a moment. It rarely builds durable change. Our presence is stronger. Being reachable is power plus wisdom. Because when a child is received with presence, we see a person, a whole person, a sovereign person, a life with its own integrity and its own future. So our messaging can stay simple. Children deserve bodily autonomy. Their body carries its own wisdom. The body arrives worthy of respect. The body deserves protection, patience, and reverence. The intact person is whole and sovereign. Intact means more than anatomy. Intact means in body, intact in mind, intact in spirit, self-possessing, worthy of dignity, worthy of choice. A healthy society protects the human body. A mature culture honors the boundary of a person. A wise civilization treats the child as someone to protect, never someone to alter for convenience or habit or fear. When we speak this way, we give an identity people can stand with. Language shapes belonging, and belonging shapes culture. When our message carries shame or blame or fringe energy, people step back. When our message carries dignity and clarity and human wholeness, people step in. Better language reduces stigma. It gives people a clearer way to speak, somewhere to stand. Intact is a way to say children deserve bodily autonomy. Language broadens participation. Parents can hear it, men can hear it, women can hear it, and doctors and therapists and faith leaders can hear themselves inside it, and they can join with self-respect. Language strengthens coalitions. A movement shifts when when people from many walks of life can carry the same principle with confidence. That is the power of positive messaging. It invites people in. It lowers defensiveness. It raises humanity. It turns agreement into alignment, into action. Because in the end, we're building more than awareness. We're building a culture where the intact means sovereign. Our task is actually simple for ourselves and others. See the person, honor the person, protect the person. Doesn't seem like a big ask. This movement carries far more than a message about one procedure. This movement carries the future of a civilization in its hands. We'll build a culture that meets the child with reverence. We'll build medicine worthy of trust. We will build families and law that protects sovereignty at the beginning of life. I believe we will. I believe the future belongs to people who can speak with clarity. I believe the future belongs to people who can carry this message into homes, into hospitals, and everyday life, and media, and the law. I believe the future belongs to people who can say with calm conviction that the human body is whole by nature and worthy of protection. Remember who we are. We are a movement for wholeness, and it begins with us.
Well, big round of applause for Dwayne. A movement for wholeness, very powerful speech. It's something for us to take home with us and to continue to take with us. So I'm going to pull up the last, but certainly not least, speaker for the day, a rising star in the legal movement and a friend of mine who was graduating from University of Virginia Law School in 1 month, right? Let's get a big round of applause for one of the key members of the legal team, young rising star Samir Safarini. Yeah, I'm not sure what the clicker is. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Samir Safarini. I'm a law student at the University of Virginia. In the past year and a half, I've helped Intact Global draft the Oregon lawsuit and lawsuits for coming states. Today, I want to talk a little bit about what I think we need to do to take the movement to the next level. So my goal today is to give some perspective on how the anti-circumcision movement is currently perceived, especially by young future professionals. We have many motivated people in the movement, but sometimes I think our energies are being wasted on strategies with low returns. So I want to offer some constructive criticisms to focus our efforts on winning strategies. My talk today is not designed to offend or put down, but to modestly redirect. Thank you. It's not working. Actually,
Okay.
I can click on that. Okay, there
It's working
there you
now.
go. Okay.
This is the magic touch.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so as we know, circumcision is already falling out of favor with younger Americans. We of course want to accelerate this trend, but we don't want to get in the way of it. But based on my experience, the current image of the movement is doing more harm than good. So what is our current public image? To the extent people think about the movement at all, they probably think about one or more of these epithets. Of course, the labels are mostly undeserved, but unfortunately that makes little difference in the world of publicity. Now, I do say mostly undeserved. Of course, intactivists have done plenty to earn some of these labels. Take our fearless leader, Eric Klopper, for example. Eric had me working until 3 a.m. on his presentation, so I think so it was hardly a few years ago that he was pulling eggplants out of his underpants on stage. Now, that certainly got some people's attention, but it didn't lead to a whole lot more in itself. So when you're passionate about something, it's really easy to be rash. You want change, you want it now, and you'll bang any drum to get people to put eyes on your movement. But counterintuitively, sometimes the harder you push, the more resistance you meet. Just take it from our president. I think we can take a page out of the book of hostage negotiators. Drop the knife and step away from the baby, that kind of thing. And their advice is not to shout down the hostage taker until he complies. No, that makes him hang up the phone and the dialogue is over. Rather, by all accounts, the best strategy is a gradual one that slowly wins the hostage taker to your side by showing how trustworthy and reasonable you are. And I think that is what Eric has achieved. In the years since his Harvard talk, Eric took steps to literally button up his image. He went to a top law school and founded a legitimate 501c3 nonprofit. Now that's a face you can trust. And although I'd known Eric since the Harvard talk, or I'd known about him, it was only until he founded the organization that I reached out to him because I saw he was doing something legitimate and real. And once I joined, I was the one who actually found and reached out to Lake, who is making the whole Oregon lawsuit possible. So really just by putting on a student tie and founding an organization, Eric built his own personal legitimacy and started a chain reaction that's created tangible results for the movement. Of course, Lake and I were already predisposed to be anti-circumcision before we ever met Eric or learned of Intact Global. So I think most people are less convinced than we were. So what do these people think of activism looking from the outside? Let me give you an anecdote that I think is revealing. So when I started law school at UVA in 2023, the same year the Bloodstained Men did a protest on our campus. Some of my classmates, all quite young liberal people, gave their reactions in our section group chat, but really they were lukewarm at best. So one student shared a photo of the protest and expressed his confusion in quite an apprehensive way. Two more students were apparently just as confused. A fourth student by chance chimed in and gave a rather lukewarm summary of intactivism. He said that their argument is basically body autonomy. But maybe sensing the group's skepticism, he immediately qualified the summary by insinuating that the protesters were likely inconsistent in their views on bodily autonomy. So why weren't my classmates more receptive? I think it's because intactivism was presented to them in a way that didn't resonate for young liberal students. In fact, it was represented in a way that was repellent to them. First of all, it was confusing. The protest was devoid of context. It took place on a random street corner. Most students probably never considered circumcision before, to be hit with signs like "stop cutting baby penis" and "circumcisers belong in prison," it must have come as a shock. It did a good job of grabbing their attention, but not really their hearts and minds. Second, I think something more subconscious was happening. Let's look closely at what this student said. Now, how that lines up with what I assume their other beliefs about bodily autonomy are, I don't know. I can't help but think he's drawing a connection between the aesthetic and tone of Bloodstained Men and that of anti-abortion protesters. When you compare the two scenes here, there's many superficial similarities. There's a similar MO, they're carrying picket signs. There's a similar area of concern, protecting babies. Similar rhetoric, it's anger and shame. Even appears to be the same sort of people protesting, these older white Americans. So we unfairly carry the baggage of some other movement. The danger of being misunderstood is high, and I don't think this group chat was a one-off incident. Even Lake was at first skeptical when I reached out to him. He thought our mission to, quote, end child genital mutilation was an anti-transgender initiative. So this might be a hard truth to face, but the aesthetic and tone of Bloodstained Men is simply grating to younger generations, who we can't afford to lose. So that brings me to my central point. All of us are on some level weird for being anti-circumcision in a culture where it's normal, but intactivism is synonymous with an especially provocative tone and aesthetic. I can't help but think that onlookers think that to be anti-circumcision, they have to become one of those people. What we should strive to do in the near future is to reduce what I'll call the price of admission into the movement. Now, what do I mean by this? The price of admission is the amount of deviation from orthodoxy someone must accept to consider themselves anti-circumcision. It's the minimum set of beliefs one must hold to be on our side. So recall these unfair labels. Currently, they're part of the price of admission. People think that they must be these things to be anti-circumcision. We have to shed these labels as much as possible if we're going to go mainstream. And we increase the price of admission by gatekeeping potential supporters who are not fully convinced of certain claims. So if we stand outside the clubhouse door holding a sign that says circumcision equals mutilation, perhaps that drives away the doctor or the lawyer who believes circumcision should be banned because it's merely cosmetic and unnecessary, but not necessarily a mutilation. That doesn't mean we all have to ourselves hold the least radical view, but we want to maximize the number of people who feel comfortable joining the movement. This is the lesson of big tent politics. Now, of course, we don't want to water down our message so much that we're including people who support circumcision, but expressing skepticism about radical claims or our goals is not the same thing as supporting circumcision. So I think we can reduce our mission to 3 basic words. Eric talks about making intactivism cool, assumed, and normal. I'm offering a slight modification. I think we need to make it credible, sane, and normal. By credible, I mean we want people to believe what we say. This can come through literal credentials, university degrees, or by presenting ourselves professionally. We also want to appear sane. Of course, our ideas are by definition unorthodox, at least in the US. But there's a difference between saying non-therapeutic circumcision of minors should be restricted and saying all circumcising doctors should go to jail or worse. Especially to non-intactivists, the latter proposition seems totally unhinged. And we also want to appear normal. That is, we don't want people to feel they must become an intactivist, entailing a radical change in their personality. Rather, we want people to see that anyone, from Bob next door to Sally the cashier, can hold anti-circumcision views. But when our outward appearance is angry and vindictive, people subconsciously think that they will have to become angry and vindictive too if they're to become intactivists. Now, movements can have multiple faces. Intactivism has both an activist face and an advocate face, but I think both can be improved in several ways. One problem I see that's common to both activists and advocates is that our information materials are often presented in non-credible ways, and sometimes they look like anti-vaxxer Facebook posts. These don't look like the products of reasoned expertise. Now, I will say, looking at some of the materials coming in today, there were many very well made and very professional looking materials. I think we need to continue in that direction. But let's compare with the materials of anti-FGM groups. They're clearly very well thought out, exude professionalism, credibility, and legitimacy. And there's plenty of blame to go around. Our TikToker in chief, Eric, has been guilty of making what I would call some of these quote unquote slop posts. In my view, you know, there was, I could have put your whole page of TikToks. Yes. Right. Well, in my view, even if the facts in them are true, presenting them in a way where it's unsourced and abstract claims, it's more like a tabloid than a human rights movement. So it's not that we can't make this claim, it's that we should do our homework on these claims and release a report rather than a tweet. And another big issue I see is flippancy. So on the one hand, we're trying to get our listeners to believe circumcision is a serious human rights issue. But on the other hand, our messaging is often flippant and unserious. You know, I don't even really love the cutesy name Intactivist, but it is catchy. But you seldom see anti-FGM activists cracking jokes about labia power or holding signs that read, "Honk if you love clitoris, end FGM today." Instead, FGM is treated everywhere and always as a dead serious topic because it is. Instead, we should use a solemn and objective tone if we want to be taken seriously. Because if we want to be taken seriously, we must first take ourselves seriously. We want to look like a bona fide human rights movement, not a sexual fetish community. And so let's compare an anti-FGM protest to the typical anti-circumcision protest. The FGM protesters use language like serious health effects. This language can't be dismissed as hyperbole or an overstatement. They also have a clear action item: do not repeal the anti-FGM law. And like a good hostage negotiator, their tone is firm but friendly. But on the other side, anti-circumcision messaging is missing these features. Like the Just Stop Oil soup throwers, it seems like these protesters are more concerned with publicly venting frustration than bringing about a specific change. And like a bad hostage negotiator, their tone is anger, fury, and shame. So now I know this might be controversial, but I want to envision what the future image of the anti-circumcision movement could look like. Currently, people see bloodstained men and they form an association. They associate being anti-circumcision with negative emotions: anger, shame, deviancy. But we want people to think positive thoughts about intactivism: compassion, reasonableness, and normality. So which group seems more approachable to you? Which seems more driven by logic than emotion? Which seems like a movement that doctors, lawyers, or politicians will want to associate themselves with? So remember this key point. A huge number of Americans either A, were themselves circumcised by their parents, B, have circumcised their own children, or C, have performed circumcision themselves or know someone who does. Your movement will not be popular if it depends on convincing much of the audience that they themselves condone or commit child abuse. Maybe you can get away with that message in Europe where circumcision is rare, but in the US, the message simply must be softer. Circumcision is a frivolous practice that is no longer supported by science. So let's talk about some specific steps to improve our image. One problem with the current strategy is that protesters start at the maximalist claim: circumcision is mutilation, which, though true, makes people scoff and tune out. Worse, there's no so what. Circumcision is bad, so we should ban all circumcision, compensate circumcised men, put parents and doctors in jail. Instead, we need to meet people where they're at and hold their hand from point A to a specific and achievable point B. Circumcision is not beneficial, so Medicaid dollars should not be covering it. So doctors should be banned from offering it unrequested. Accordingly, the rhetoric of protest signs and flyers should be toned way down. We need to get our foot in the door to people's hearts and minds. And remember, being right is only half of the battle or less. In fact, plenty of political movements have won, even though their sponsors were totally wrong on the facts. And for organizations should help activists by creating materials and resources with an air of legitimacy and seriousness. We should root out foreskin power and I heart foreskin messaging and focus on clear factual claims which we can strongly defend. Even if a claim has truth, we shouldn't even mention it if we can't defend it with legitimate mainstream sources. Why? Because if a claim turns out to be wrong or overstated, people will doubt even the defensible claims. Again, we want to reduce the price of admission. In order to be anti-circumcision, all you have to believe is X. You don't also have to buy into dubious claims Y and Z, like claims of a widespread foreskin black market or that circumcised men can't get sexual satisfaction. And finally, there's some steps people can take as individuals. I'm especially talking to the younger listeners. If people who control the institutions oppose circumcision, we'd have no problem at all. But it's very hard to change institutions from the outside. So the number one thing an individual can do for intactivism is to go to Harvard Medical School. The second best thing you can do is go to Harvard Law School. And the third best thing you can do is to put on a shirt and go to Georgetown. Thank you.
And a puff piece, but thank you so much. Let's another round of applause for Samer Safarini, rising legal star in the movement and also political strategist as well. So seriously, very well thought out, and I look forward to continue working with you. Thank you. Yes. And as a gift from Intact Global, to remember your time here, in case the 3 a.m. morning wasn't enough, we have a little plaque. So yeah, there we go. All right, thank you, Samer. Yes. We do not have time for questions. I know that he's ended early, but we need the room to get ready for the gala. Samer will be at the gala, so you can ask him as many questions as your heart desires. So thank you again. As a reminder, if you're parked in the lot that I'm pointing to, the gates will close at 8 p.m., so you have to move your car. Now, if you're at the hotel, don't worry about it. Other than that, put on your finest Roaring 20s gala theme, whatever you may have, some type of party outfit. We're gonna have magic bartenders and dancers, live performance. It's gonna be quite the night. So, rest up and come back around 6:30 p.m., 6:30 to 7. So thank you so much. We finished a great first day. Round of applause for all our speakers. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you for tuning in on the stream. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.